good morning. Why don't you... Yes. Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Sydney Parade on this, well, somewhat subdued Sunday for me. Thanks, Tammy. Thanks, Kieran. Super night last night. But we're here with broken cloud above us, occasional glimpses of blue sky. At the moment, our production team busy installing the camera on the sight screens. As you can see from your screen, the opening batsmen for Pembroke are currently in the middle. And North County, well, they've either set the weirdest field ever in history. 11 men down at fine leg. Either that or else they're just having a final chat before they come onto the park and we can begin this second 11 Premier League clash between North County and the second 11 of Pembroke. It's a beautiful day. If you're doing nothing on a Sunday except lying on your couch, well, lucky you. So the bowling will be open from the nursery end, as you heard the dulcet tones of Captain Dale McDonough, stand-in, acting up Captain Dale McDonough. He's opening the batting with Ethan Clark. The bowling will commence from the nursery end. And by the time Nala's got the main camera up and in place, and then has come back and then done some wizardry with the computer, that will mean that we can have cricket clubs on the screen. Today's scorer, Graham Mooney. Graham, who last night stayed in the Hotel Leaf. Dublin 4 location. We've noted that a couple of other clubs are screening their first 11 games today. Across the road in Railway, they have one static camera, very much like what we're showing you at the moment. And they have the camera microphone on, so at least you can hear the ground noise in Railway. They're playing Rush. And in the Vineyard, the Hills are hosting Pembroke's firsts, also in the Leinster Senior Cup, also being streamed and also being done from a static camera with no sound, no commentary. If you prefer the noise of nature or of cricketers running around a field, you can tune in to their feeds. But we'd rather you stayed with us and watched this second 11 Premier League cricket Leinster game. Everyone is set up now. That noise you can hear in the background is Ashwin moving mics. It's a wide to start with. Pembroke are on the board. Dale McDonough tapping down on pitch 5. pitched the fifths and the thirds used yesterday. And there was certainly plenty of runs in it yesterday afternoon. The fifths scored 246. And their opposition scored more than that. The thirds, however, did win in the morning, and many thanks to them for undertaking a 10 a.m. start against Terranure, and the cooperation of Terranure greatly appreciated. Did allow the fifths. To play on the main square in what was, we think, although never say never, the final game of Kieran Volker. He was captain for the day, and at 26 overs, when the rain fell, a change was made to the batting order, and we thought we'd get Kieran into bat, and then he sat there for the remaining 14 overs as the two lads put on a stand of 140. Subra with a lovely century. The only trouble, of course, was that, well, the other team scored 2 centuries. Well, we've had a wide and a couple of appeals. And there on your screen has popped up the Cricket Club scoring. And once again, I say many, many thanks to Graham Mooney. Perhaps he might give us a wave for his live scoring today. He's up there with the North County scorer. Time Dale McDonough decides to use the bat in his hand rather than his pads.
4 games in a row, put the 5 speed barrel on, that'll be perfect. If I put him up there, it's like, yeah, he'll have to go a bit wider.
Yeah.
Not straight.
Not quite straight, but straight enough. Now I can't see the bar at the bottom from here. That's my only difficulty. 5 balls gone in the over, 5 legitimate balls, and that will end the first over. And Graham has bowled his first over for just that 1 wide. There's just 1 run on the board. And that's 1 over done. Works for me. Works for me. So, in Pembroke, with the 2 camera set up today, I have to say, I think we'll have to see how this day goes, how we get through it, how we survive it, I think is the main question. I have my Vit hit, I have my Red Bull, I have my chocolate, and a Danish. Well equipped for this morning. Well, the sun has come out. There's some beautiful colours that sunlight brings forth. In fact, most of the colours I can see are white and green. Kind of nice to see whites being worn. It's so in between wearing the coat and not wearing the coat. Once. Yeah. Yeah. I've put this hoodie on and taken it off 3 times already. When the sun comes out, lovely. When it goes in, I'm a little bit cold. Oh, we'll get you some shade now, don't you worry. Oh. So, are you still in line to come back for the Australian games? Fingers crossed. Good. That's about right then. That'll give you a couple of weeks to run up to it. Good. You've been told no. Yeah. You see, this is professional contracts. You don't get to play when you want anymore. So there's Shauna Kavanagh, Irish international. She's been injured the last few weeks, and as a result is actually missing out on the Irish women team tour to the West Indies. Well, Dale McDonough calls through a quick single on Ethan Clark, just played out in the offside, takes the single, steals the strike. Steals might be a strong word for that.
On the stumps, lad, on the stumps.
So, as we usually do in these sorts of games, where I'm here commentating by myself, Ethan Clark is batting with Dale. There's loads of shouting going on in Rush. They're in their 9th over. We can hear Rush. That's what the shouting's about in Railway. That's where they're playing. Oh, did I? I did. Oh. Well, I'm going to have trouble bringing you the scores as I haven't brought my reading glasses. Sums up my day, really. Everything's just a little bit blurry with or without. So 2 on the board in this, the 2nd over. D. Mooney. He's bowled 3 balls so far. And the umpire calls a no ball. Overstepping with the front foot. He goes to show the bowler. This line here, sir, your foot was over it by that much. So having explained it to the bowler, we now see the signal for the free hit. You've made me sound an awful lot louder, I feel.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Too quiet.
Well, free hit now for Dale McDonough. How much will he free his arms? You usually see something spectacular on a free hit, whether it's a big or a catch. He's gone for the big hoik over cow corner. It's going to reach the boundary. The first boundary of the day comes off a free hit and goes to the standing skipper. I'm sure Joe Prendergast out in the hills will come in at the halfway mark of his game. And they're in the field out in the hills. Well, one thing I can tell you is that the Hills first have lost a wicket. They're 48 for 1, going along at 5 and over. Gavin McLaughlin, Cormac Gavin, start again, Craig, use your words. Cormac McLaughlin Gavin is on 20. And the wicket must have fallen quite early on in the innings. Zach Micklewhite is bowling at the moment. And that's a super result for Pembroke. The Munster interprovincial player Nikolai Dangard, such a destructive player. He hit 2 4s in his knock of 9 off 8 balls, and he's the man who's out. So that's a very good start for Pembroke out in the Hills, where the Hills did win the toss and did elect to bat. Just looking at the bowling figures so far, it will come as no surprise that Nicholas Stapleton is the wicket taker. Opening with Zach Micklewhite. He's bowled 2 maidens in his 5. And now it appears that coming on to bowl is Joe Prendergast. And the wicket did fall with the score on 18. Meaning the current partnership now is 30. Now, we can't commentate on the game in front of us. Fielder at fine third man has decided to... Big appeal from down here. So that goes through as a leg by, another one onto the total. Score moves on to 8, and really, extras doing quite well for Pembroke so far. Ethan Clark is off the mark, and Dale has 4 runs from the 11 balls faced, and we know those 4 runs came from the free hit. And now it's Graham again from the nursery end. And McDonough, well, he plays through the line with his shots after the fact, but that wasn't the shot he played to the actual ball. So that's where Pembroke's firsts are. Looking through the match centre, Malahide 45 for 3 against Clontarf in the 9th over. Oh, and a wicket has fallen here. Dale McDonough playing across the line. He's missed a straight one, and it's crashed into leg and middle stump. And that's not an ideal start for Pembroke seconds. Dale McDonough, standing captain. He makes his way back to the pavilion. And North County, well, they're delighted with the first early wicket in this, the 3rd over. Quizzical noises coming out of Niall Walsh at the moment as he tries to work out why he can't show you the replay of that. I'm sure Dale is quite happy not to see the replay of it. Those of you in YouTube land, of course, can just hit the back button and it will go back 10 seconds. You might have to do it twice now to see that wicket. Well, first wicket goes down, 8 on the board. Next out to join Ethan Clark, David Cosgrave. He'll be looking to get back into the runs with Pembroke, force his way back into the first team.
Bring it back, another one. Another one in the pocket, lads.
Well, there is a lot of cricket being played today, not necessarily all being live scored. I know the fourths are out in Clontarf today, and they haven't a scorer with them, last I heard. Well, not much of a crowd here yet today. A few people enjoying using the nets. Not many people on the dart, heading out to the seaside resort of Bray. Shauna Kavanagh is completing her first lap. And Ruth Clark is sitting up on the benches, watching as her son opens the batting for Pembroke seconds. Ethan's been in a rich vein of form. The fours, we can, no, because they don't start until 1 o'clock. Yeah. Once I hear anything, I will let you know. Shauna heading off on lap number 2, getting her steps in early today.
We're going to have a quick restart of the things at the end of the over. We'll all go quiet for the last part of it.
Well, my director and producer telling me that due to technical difficulties, the stream will go down for about 20 seconds. It doesn't mean you should switch off or that the game is over. If the 9 of you could have some patience with us for a few minutes. Niall just entering into the Aidan Dempsey media. Score. At the moment, it's a little bit darker than it appears in real life. This is Niall attempting to fix the problem he had with the replays that didn't let us show you. It's back. That didn't let you see the wicket falling in replay. Oh, I was still talking because the scoreboard was still up, so people are out there.
Wait, no, that's why it doesn't fully break the screen.
Well, Ethan Clark now getting a bit of the strike. He hadn't seen much of it. Well, he won't want to see it again, but he plays right across the line on that one. I think if you were watching the 5th stream yesterday, you'd have seen one Craig Senior playing across the line too. But that was the end of Dale McDonough. And he now has, well, what is it, a 3-hour wait to go and field for 45, 50 overs. There is a bit of a breeze. It seems to be coming from the car park towards the Wheelfield Road gate, according to the flags. Well, D. Mooney, he's conceded the 6 runs from the 8 balls delivered. That's nicely played away by Clark through a gap. It's gone all the way to the fence, and that's Clark's first 4, and a fine 4 it was too. Didn't try and overhit that one, that's for sure. He just leant on it, pushed it down the leg side, and it went straight down to square leg. Maybe a yard behind, but it was there or thereabouts. And it's a super shot, and guess what? Pembroke have reached double figures. Well, 10-1 now. Won't be long before we find out what's happening with the 4th 11. Yes, because I will make a phone call. We're playing in Castle Avenue. A few of the lads last night were wondering about Clontarf. We were singing its praises. Always a most pleasant place to visit and play. Oh, that's another cracking. That is shot of the day. Now, I realise there haven't been that many shots, but it's going to take a hell of a shot to stop that. And look at this. They run 3 anyway, even though it was pulled up in front of the ropes. But what a shot from Ethan Clark. You can tell he's a batsman in form. Just stroking that one through the covers. He's just playing within himself, and it's good to see. He's taking the runs that are on offer between the wickets quickly, and these two could do well together. I say that. Watch this now. 3 stumps ripped out. Yeah. Yeah. But that's a super shot from Ethan Clark. It takes him on to 8. He's only faced 7 deliveries, so one does have to note that he scored 7 with his last 2. DC now, David Cosgrave. He's taking in the field settings. If there is anybody out in Clontarf who's still on their phone and perhaps is listening to this broadcast, that's your one of the 11. No, I saw the other 2 were streaming on Twitter, so I haven't seen anything for Clontarf. Are they operating a streaming service now? Sometimes. Well, let's go and have a look, see if we can find that. YouTube? Oh, that's a nice shot again. Pushed through on the leg side. That's going to reach the fence. It's going to reach the fence. Ends the over, and that's been an expensive over. 11 coming from that over from Mooney. And his figures now. 0 for 17 from 2.
I hear you.
Yeah, it was. It looked a bit like that, I have to say. Well, Clontarf do have a number of videos up, including their second 11, and their thirds. I can't see anything for their fourths. Oh, no, they've covered their fourths as well. Go on. Clontarf are doing live streaming of the game today. We shall pop in and see what the score is. But at the moment, we're just trying to concentrate on this. Pembroke seconds against North County seconds. Second 11 Premier League. Ethan Clark playing that rising ball, just down square leg, no single there. More and more blue sky appearing. Still no sign of the yellow orb we've heard rumour of. Well, that was a change of pace from the bowler there, throwing in the slower ball. It didn't outfox Ethan Clark on this occasion. So we're delighted to be able to tell you that the fourth 11 are fielding. Now, do we see where Dale and Shauna are right over the other side of the pitch? Not out from the umpire, very quick, not out. Well, that's a little bit of pressure from North County now. You can hear the volume in the field. It's just gone up a notch. A couple of LBW appeals and a couple of shots where the batsman's looked a bit uncomfortable. All add up to the fact that it encourages the fielding side just to be a bit more vocal and supportive. Only the wicketkeeper going up this time. Niall.
My car.
Well, this is unusual.
I couldn't move it before. There's a trap behind it. Do you mind moving it for me? Thank you.
Slight delay in the game whilst the umpire arranges for Becca Gallagher to move his car. And having done one lap, Dale McDonough has resumed his spot on the bench with his teammates, and Shauna Kavanagh continuing on for another lap. This will be the end of lap number 3 for Shauna. Certainly putting in the miles here today. Well, there's been a few very slow laps recently.
Thank you. All right.
So, as Mooney bowling his third over, previous over went for 11. That won't discourage him though, he'll keep going. Clark is the one facing. He's the one who did the damage in the last over with the 4 and the 3. Well, bowler thought about asking a question. I think we all know what the answer would have been, and it's not out. Once again, an LBW appeal does get the crowd on the field riled. Well, that's a good sledge. Too many questions, no answers. People ask about sledging, whether there is a place in the game for it. Well, it's certainly part of the mind games played between fielders and batsmen. And sometimes you can get some that are just too funny for words. And between chirping and sledging. Well, there's certainly different degrees of chat between fielders and batsmen. Some of it can be just downright rude and ignorant. And that's the part I feel has no place in the game. But some of it can be quite amusing, and some of it can be used just to disturb a batsman's concentration enough. I'm sure many people will remember the time that Graham Mooney encouraged a batsman to mind... Oh, hang on, that was Freddie Flintoff, wasn't it? It wasn't Graham Mooney at all. Freddie Flintoff telling Tino Best of the West Indies to mind the pavilion windows with his swing. Very next ball, big swing. Stumps disturbed. And that was an occasion where the sledging worked perfectly. There are plenty of stories out there. I'm sure if you'd like to hear 60 or 70 of them, Bill Dwyer will be able to fill you in with details of the greatest sledges ever made by country. Graham Mooney now sprinting down the side pathway. Oh, he's heading into the bar. Is that really the place for the live scoring to be happening from? Oh no, he's back out again. Don't know what it was. Perhaps he was just stretching his legs. I believe his hotel bedroom last night was particularly cramped. Gear lever and clutch pedal getting in the way. As you can hear, there's still plenty of encouragement out there. Very few people in their jumpers today. A couple of short sleeves out there. One suggests that when the sun does disappear behind the clouds, it's not the warmest. I'm here under the gazebo in the shade, and I'm caught in that horrible bit of being too warm with my hoodie on and too cold without it. Well, that's a nice shot through the leg side. He's got it between the two fielders. They will get it back, but it will cost 2 runs. The fielder just feeling his... What's the muscle at the front of the thigh? Quad? Yeah, quad. Feeling his quad after stretching to pick that ball up. Shaking it out now. We now have the umpire's car, yeah? That must have been Shauna Kavanagh's quickest lap yet. We'll get the stopwatch on her soon. Heads off. Heading off on lap number 5. Another one coming off the inside edge, just running out to square leg. Well, this is starting to get quite interesting. A good battle between bat and ball here. North County would have been delighted with the breakthrough. But Pembroke won't exactly be too upset. After 6 overs, the score 21-22. See you later, Becca. Becca Gallagher, who this morning, as she does every Sunday morning, providing coffee, sausage rolls, cakes, biscuits, fruit, water, hot water, tea, all from the clubhouse whilst youth training is on. And I tell you, even if you don't have kids, always nice to come down on a Sunday morning, grab a cup of coffee. Oh, nice shot through the leg side. There is a man down there. He does field it, but he's not going to stop the two, even with a direct hit, which he doesn't have. And that's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 24 for 1 after 7 overs. Niall Walsh now running onto the pitch. He's got all his clothes on, I'm happy to say. There he is. He's given a small brown envelope stuffed with, it looked like paper or something, to the umpire, and the odds on Pembroke winning this game seem to have just increased. Of course, I have to say that there's no misdoing here at all. And what Niall, in fact, was doing was returning the umpire's car keys to him. A slight adjustment of parking spaces in the car park for the umpire. Oh, my word. He seemed to get the edge there. Did it carry?
Feeling very lazy.
Oh, beyond lazy. I think I really should just plug that microphone in and leave it there, just so people at home are hearing...
Me moaning.
Well, they're hearing me answering you and talking to you, but they're not hearing the other side of the conversation, like watching somebody on the phone. Well, after enticing the edge from the batsman, a little bit of extra effort from Mooney in that delivery. Oh, somebody's car alarm somewhere is going off. I see Simon Heaney has got the bedroom window open. Could be watching from there, safe in the sun, out of the sunshine. Simon, if you are watching live and through your bedroom window, give us a wave. That's very wide. Too much effort put in by the bowler there. Now, let's see if you, the listener, can hear when Shauna Kavanagh walks past our ground microphones again. Lap number 6 now beginning. It's really weird when she walks past those microphones because I have headphones on. It's like she's walking through my head, and it's quite eerie, really. I don't know if you have stereo sound bars connected to your devices. I don't know if you're listening on headphones. But really impressive stereo sound from the Pembroke IPTV service. Just dropped down to third. There's 2 fielders there. One in the ring picks it up, keeps it to a single. But Ethan Clark gets off strike.
Running straight to the fielder. Come on, boy.
And Mooney gets his reward. He's gone past the line that David Cosgrave chose. But the bowler's line took it onto the off stump. And as you see there, just the 2 stumps remaining standing. Wicket having to be completely rebuilt. David Cosgrave is on his way back. He scored 9. And the score now 27 for 2. And suddenly, this is very much in the balance. Ethan Clark running to the sidelines to get a drink of water. Batsman number 4 will be heading out to the middle. And we'll tell you who it is as soon as we learn. It's Danny Hogan. Well, I see Sean the barman is in. Himself and Phil seem to be playing curling on the laneway. They've both got their brushes out. Well, Mooney will be delighted with that. He'd gone for 11 a couple of overs ago. Since then, well, he's now castled David Cosgrave. 2 down, only 27 on the board. And which way is this going to go for Pembroke? No sign of a wave from Simon Heaney from his bedroom or bathroom window yet. He's probably watching from the safety of his sofa downstairs, watching his smart TV. Well, first ball, Danny Hogan off the mark just by running it down to third. Well, many thanks to Philip Byrne and Bavner Byrne for their contribution to the fun last night. Philip and his staff kept the alcohol flowing. Bavner produced a most magnificent curry. A little bit spicier than she normally would do for cricket lunches. Now, we could just hear the conversation there.
Bye.
Shauna Kavanagh, you can hear her phone call. We were picking up your phone call. Yeah, it's really sensitive. 7.
I hope you didn't hear what I was saying about my dad.
If you repeat it now, we will. No, we obviously have the good sense and politeness to butt out of other people's phone messages and calls. And that's sometimes why the ground microphones here go quiet for a moment. They just have become so used to us now, they forget that mics are live. Especially this one. Well, unsurprisingly, Graham continuing for a 5th over. This is a 50-over game. He does have 10. Questions being asked. Well, plenty of encouragement for OG, as they call him. Mr. Graham. O. Graham. It's a wide ball down the offside, well left by Danny Hogan. One more onto the total. Let's play to our strengths, lads. Well, you do know that Amanda's out shopping at the moment. And do you want me to see if there's a coffee available? If you are still shopping, Would it be possible for a coffee for Niall? Well, we'll wait and see what the answer is there. Best of luck. We've made the call. Oh, I love my Vit hit. Oh, the Vit hit is just glorious. It's just sweetened water. And it truly is wonderful. Hogan, well, he wanted to play a more expansive shot than perhaps was wise to that delivery. Ended up just pushing it up to mid-on. There are players in both of these teams now who will be looking to force their way into their club's first 11. Danny Hogan's certainly one of those. Well, he's not hanging around. He nearly takes out Shauna Kavanagh. And it's the first 6 of the game, hit right down to the pavilion, right down towards the scorers. Graham Mooney down there, along with the North County scorer. I'm assuming Graham is the one without the white hat on. We'll ask Niall to get a shot of our scorers between the overs if he's not busy fixing or showing something else. Two Coca-Colas at 2 o'clock in the morning is not a good idea, by the way. This time Danny Hogan comes down the track, turns it into a almost into a Yorker, digs it out, and that's the end of the 9th over. There's the 6. It was wide. Hogan with that familiar pose. And Shauna Kavanagh, well, she didn't realise just how close it was to her. She's on her 7th lap. Pembroke are entering
Definitely
into
more than 7,
Oh,
surely.
jeez. Just blew my ears off. Come and have a listen. Wait, Andy's about to go. Andy's about to go past, right? Have you got? Andy, oh, yeah, I'll do it. So, hang on.
Too much of a doubt in his mind. Come on, boys.
Boo! Boo!
Oh, look, did you hear my whole conversation? Oh my god.
Because we can pick up what's being said in the middle. So, you might warn people that if they see Dougal and Hamish out, either ask for it to be turned off or be very careful what you say. Well, there's an example of just how effective Dougal and Hamish are. Now, whilst we have no answer from the coffee request, let's go and have a look at the live stream from the hills and see what the score is there. And another wicket falls. This time it's Ethan Clark. He feathers one through to the keeper. That's the end of his knock. Meanwhile, in the Vineyard, the Hills have moved on to 93 for 1. And here in Pembroke, the seconds are 41 for 3. He just tried to push it down to 3rd, and all he could do was push it into the keeper's gloves. And the umpire's finger, well, there was just no doubt about that at all. Definite edge. Keeper does well, taking it low to his right. Stayed down, and that's the secret for a wicketkeeper. And Ethan Clark departs, and 41 for 3. Well, all I'd say is, it's a good job the fifths weren't playing today. So that's the score in the Hills at the moment on their stream. In Malahide, Malahide have reached 105 for 3 against Clontarf in the 17th over. Across the road, Russia 103 for 4. Malahide were 105 for 3. They're very similar.
1 brings 2, 2 brings 3, 3 brings 5, lads. Come on,
Oh,
boys.
it's close.
Let's get the 4 and 5 now.
Cliche Central out there at the moment. North County first, 75 for none against Leinster. Leinster really are an up-and-coming team at the moment. They're very strong. Outside bet for the Irish Senior Cup, I think. Not that I'm a betting man by any stretch of the imagination. Although Steve McCarthy does owe me a pint. Something I will mention at every possible opportunity on every possible broadcast until the pint of Koppenberg strawberry and lime comes out from the bar. Phoenix seconds are 49 without loss against the Hills seconds. Clontarf thirds are 25 for none against Rush seconds. Leinster thirds, 17 for 1 against Longford in a Division 6 game. And in Division 17, Balbriggan 13 for 2 playing Adamstown sevenths. And then there's a few games that possibly have started, including Clontarf Pembroke, that aren't being live scored today.
We got you there. Come on, Dano. New man in, lad.
Eight.
Red bowling over there, Dan.
Sean Cavan has certainly put the steps in today, there's no doubt about that. And while she's been going around the field, Pembroke haven't. Just 41 for 3 now. Chris King batting today under his own name. And it looks like we're going to see a first change of bowling now. Or at least we're going to see the wicketkeeper standing up. He's persistent about asking the right questions, isn't he, out there? Finally, silence descends on the nets. Oh. That's a bit better. The player down at third man, keeping his hands warm. Well, Hogan just letting that one go past. Just sticking out a pad towards it, no bat in sight. Lads, could you use that net, please?
No.
Thank you.
Good one, Polly, good one.
So, given a choice of lying on my couch, watching Peter Falk and his dirty raincoat as Colombo, Do you know they show about 6 episodes every Sunday? It's amazing. 5 Select or Channel 5 or something. It's certainly the Colombo channel on a Sunday. I had a choice of that with copious cups of tea. Instead, I'm sat under a gazebo, out in a field, watching a whole load of gentlemen wearing polyester clothes, running around after a red ball. Nice shot from Hogan. It beats the fielder in the ring. There is cover behind him. It will just be a single. Well, you can hear the advice there that Danny Hogan giving his partner, the newly arrived Chris King. Now he's playing under his own name. Will this be the day? Oh, that's nicely clipped away off his legs. There are 2 men behind square on the leg side. They do a good bit of collecting, but they won't stop the single. And Chris King, well, he's off the mark. 44 for 3 now. I see one Stephen Willis walking down the wall, having collected his gear. Maybe a number of 5s players who have done that today. Danny Hogan just playing that one back down the pitch towards his playing partner. Not until I finish the red ball, I think. Graham now into his 6th over. Well, he completes his 6th over. The score is 44 for 3. Danny Hogan 12 off 12. And Chris King 1 off 4. Well, it's a bit of rebuilding required here from Pembroke now. Morning. It's like we're in an episode of Hawaii 5-0, isn't it? Come on, Dano. Charlie, how are you today? Bit under the weather? Wish I was. So Mooney does now start his 6th over. These openers for North County have done well. 11 overs gone. Score on 44. Well, it doesn't take me to work out that run rate. Of course, this is the first time Chris King has faced D. Mooney. Aircraft flying overhead. What a great day to go flying amongst all those fluffy clouds. Absolutely fabulous day. If you aren't doing anything, or if you feel the need to clamber off your couch and get some exercise, this could be the day, the time. Come down Sydney Parade. Sean, the barman, is here. I think the bar is, I can see the bar is open from here. Chris King again, just getting well forward. He's doing the right thing. He's playing himself in. There is so much time remaining in this game. There may be, this is the 12th over. There's still almost an entire fifth 11 innings to go. Would like to express our thanks for Charlie yesterday. He stood into the commentary box during the fifth game against Adamstown, Kieran Volker's last game. It's his dulcet tones, himself and George. Well, many thanks to the 7 of you who are tuned in at the moment. Perhaps the other few have turned off the devices, leapt into their cars and come down to Sydney Parade to see such an exciting game. Clipped around on the leg side, the fielder gets there with his foot. There is an awful lot of foot fielding going on in Leinster cricket at the moment. The old skill of running around and picking it up with one hand or sliding across the ground to collect the ball seemed to have gone, although I had a good go at it myself yesterday down there. Yeah. Well, let's not talk about fielding on the fifths. Infuriating, but it happens. Nobody did it deliberately. Somebody last night told me I'd taken a very Ted Lasso philosophical approach to drop catches now. Well, you know, it might be dropped, and there may have been times in my youth where I'd have had a little hissy fit and jumped up and down and stomped my feet and stuck my bottom lip out. But as people say, nobody died. It's just a drop catch. It wasn't deliberate. You just move on with the game. Well, now we're going to see a change of bowling. We'll wait for Mr. Mooney to put that up on the screen. Yep. No, you had it right the first time. There we go. And
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be alongside Craig Sr., the voice of summer, for this clash between the Pembroke seconds and who are we playing, Craig?
North County.
North County seconds.
North County seconds. Good afternoon, Charlie.
Good
How
afternoon.
are you today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Did you enjoy your evening last night?
I certainly did. I
Yes.
certainly did.
I enjoyed the evening and the early hours of the morning. Very fortunate that I wasn't the one trying to catch a plane to Doha this morning. At 5 o'clock, the taxi came for young Yonki. And unfortunately, the taxi driver couldn't wake him up. And he now is sitting in Dublin Airport, waiting for the next flight to Doha. Nice shot from Hogan, beautifully played out in the offside. It will just be a single. So, it seems you're here. I'll let you do the play-by-play.
I'll take another over just to learn some names.
Oh, I only know the batsman's names and the bowler's name appears there. So.
Got it.
Jay George is the change of bowling. There's another one punched down the ground by Chris King. Another one onto the total. And that will take Pembroke, well, I think to 48 for 3.
Lovely day down here at Pembroke. Many shades of blue in the sky, very unlike yesterday.
Just white with cloud yesterday, wasn't it?
White and gray. A bit of yellow with the sun as we await this delivery. That one gets through. Bit of a cheer from the field, but all safe.
Well, you could see Danny Hogan there just prodding the pitch. That one seemed to get a bit of turn. Leg spinner taking it away from Danny Hogan. Through to the keeper.
Hogan has more time on that one on the back foot, slaps it to the right onto the offside, and that's back in just for one run. I'm joining late, Craig. What can you tell me about what's happened already?
Well, my breakfast omelette was really nice.
Very good.
First cup of coffee was great.
It's the next delivery that's blocked safely.
But as regards this match, well, the two opening bowlers bowled well. Dale McDonough played across the line and was bowled. Somebody else then came in and they were out. I'm not really on top statistical form today. Who did come in and go out? And then Ethan Clark edged one. But David Cosgrave. He was out. I can't remember how. But he came and went for 9. And then Ethan Clark feathered one through to the keeper. And he was on his way. And now we have Danny Hogan and Chris King.
You were talking before about the dropped catches yesterday. I guess there's a few of those around. Always an important factor in any game. It's one of the important distinctions between baseball and cricket, where errors in baseball are recorded for the field, whereas here they're not recorded, but they live on in eternal memory as shame.
Well, they certainly, with the advent of the streaming services, every single mistake you make is there now in perpetuity.
No, but I mean, they don't get written down in a scorecard.
No.
You know, which is just a different thing. Somehow having it recorded just
amplifies it, right?
No, I think it actually kind of, well, it's written down and I can forget about it now, as opposed to, well, I'll carry it with me forever.
Yeah.
So we await the next, okay, all right. Bit of a reset here at the start of this over.
Change of bowling now at the St. John's End, and this is Jan. Oh, he gets an edge out of King. Keeper makes a dive, doesn't get that. They take a single, but my goodness, for your first ball, that's not a bad way to start.
Did you hear an edge? I didn't hear it. My ears may not be the best.
It's my sense of smell and taste that isn't good.
It was speedy. It was speedy and well collected. It could have easily have gone out the back.
Well, that brings Danny Hogan on strike. He counts how many fielders, as if the North County had snuck an extra couple on while we weren't watching. I've seen that happen as well. It got as far as 15 fielders before somebody noticed.
Hogan digs in, blocks it right back to the bowler. Bit of speed now here. Some pace from Mr. Jane.
Oh.
Bit more chatter from the fielders here, encouraging on their fast bowler as he prepares for his next delivery.
What a strange run-up he has. All his speed is coming from his arm. None of it's coming from his run-up because he stops and starts so many times. Samit, the left-hander for Pembroke, Samit Kumar, he used to do exactly the same, stutter. But all it does is destroy all your momentum.
A skippy start.
Yeah, watch this now. Stop. So where does his run-up actually begin? And then he gets this decent speed, but it's all coming from his arm and shoulder.
That's a single for Hogan, bringing King back on strike.
Oh, we've gone past the 50 mark. Slipped past that without me noticing. But then again, I got the feeling that a 16-wheeler could sneak past me at the moment. Glad I'm not playing today. Oh, there you go. This guy has the same chirp for 13 and a half overs now.
Well, it's good to know that the same sports cliches travel across continents asking questions.
With no answers.
That one's off the pads, back behind the wicket, just for one run. Nothing signaled, though.
The umpire tapped his
He tapped his leg there, okay.
He did it quickly. And
It was a subtle tap.
It was subtle, but the scorer saw it. And B, he did it before the play was finished.
I like a good kind of obvious choreography tap, you know, raise the legs, slap it around a little bit, like a hoedown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be plainly obvious, to, not only to the scorers, but to everyone in the ground what's happened. As you say, if it's that easy to miss, then I think you need to revisit perhaps the signals. Anyway, Chris King now facing George, J. George. I don't know what the J stands for. I'm certainly it's not J.
Mr. George. Having the surname always helps. George spins the ball in his hands as he prepares for his first delivery of the over. Starts his run up and delivers. That one's whacked off to the leg side, beats the fielder for 4, hits the rope, hops up over the fence, and it's safely in and among the seats by the pavilion.
Well, there's going to be all sorts of leaning, and can I reach it? Yes, I can. Well, 4 more onto the total, and that's a fine shot from King. It's his first real blow, I'd have said. He's been pushing singles here, there, and everywhere, but that was a good boundary. I can't tell if it's his first. I'm sure our scorer would.
That one slapped to the offside, straight to the fielder for no run. George delivers here. Down the ground goes the batter. Through the hands of the keeper, but still no run. Backed up well. Our first seagull sighting of the afternoon here in the foreground. Just kind of waddling around. The 4th delivery comes. That's blocked off the back foot by George.
I never realised how territorial seagulls are, because we get the same one every time.
And as much as we talk about their daytime activity, there's some interesting stuff that happens at night with those seagulls as we see the next delivery. That one's punched off to the offside, off the back foot again, back to the same fielder who's had a bit of action this over.
Well, you can see just, I suppose, at fine leg as we're watching the field at the moment.
That swung through the keeper.
You can see on the ground the speckles of white, and that appears to be the remainder of seagull feathers.
There was some battle here last night, if judging from the bone I found earlier this morning. I think a seagull
there we
lost.
Go. You see it there, and I think you're quite right. I think that seagull, well, is no more. To quote Monty Python.
An ex-seagull.
Yes.
We don't know how these feathers will play a factor in today's game. Don't imagine they'd slow down a ball. We'll have to see.
You wonder what the other seagulls think when they see all those feathers there. Do they recognize them as, oh my God, that's Joe's feathers? Oh, what happened to Joe? Has anyone seen Joe? No.
Well, Jane has returned. The pace bowler from the previous over. Prepares for his skips to his first delivery. And that's off the pad. Hands up and a cry from the fielders. No interest from the umpire.
Good questions being asked there. Come on, the boys.
Okay, it was a funny and good sledge in the first 3 overs. But 12 overs later on, we've basically had an hour of him talking about questions being asked and there are no answers.
That's up there with Tale of Two Halves.
Yes.
Sports cliches.
Yeah.
Stuck to the game plan. Played the game we wanted to play.
Thank the Lord Jesus Christ.
Of course, you have to. Jane delivers his 3rd. That's short. Bit of a bouncer, but just tapped harmlessly to slip-ish. Slip. Very good. Getting a thumbs up from an actual expert.
Where? There's no experts around here, I can tell you. There are people who like talking.
Jane's been very economical since he's entered the attack. King faces him down. Hop, skip, and a jump from Jane, and a delivery. That one's blocked off the back foot. Dribbled away to the offside. Cries of ooh from the fielders.
Niall, if nothing happens before now and the end of the over, would you produce a shot of the scorers between the overs? I'd like to give credit where it's due, thanks to the finger tapping of one Graham Mooney.
That one's down the leg side. Swung, maybe caught a bit of the bat, not sure, but either way it rolls for a 4. 4 is signaled, so yeah, there was some wood on that.
Well, that will take Pembroke into the 60s. It will take Christopher King, up to 14. And we have a rogue napkin on the playing surface. Let's see how far that gets before a player picks it up. It's just... It's rolling like it's sentient. I'm going to go this way next.
Jane prepares for his final delivery. That one's tapped away to square leg. Is that position?
Yeah.
Ah, very good. For no run. So another tidy enough over for Jane, except for that boundary we just saw in the 5th delivery. But his team seems pretty happy with that effort.
Well, they'll keep him going at the moment, I think. The captain's having a word with him about what field he wants set next time round.
So we see a shot of the scorers.
So you can see there on the left, not in the white hat, is Graham Mooney. Graham, give us a wave, give us a wave. And he's the one who's providing the live scoring that you see on your screen. I give him the credit for it now, because if it goes down, we will really go through him for a shortcut. The wickets, well, Dale McDonough fell with the score on 8 in the 3rd over, and he was bowled by Graham. And then David Musgrave was bowled by D. Mooney, removing his off stump. And Ethan Clark was caught by Patel and bowled by Mooney. In at the moment is Hogan and King. And the score is 62 off 16.
George with his 2nd delivery. King comes forward, caught the edge, but safely in the hands of the fielder for no run.
Oh, another chances are coming, lads. Cry from the North County fielders. Oh, well, the field well spread on the leg side for the leg spinner, and that's why he has the man out the boundary. He'll just keep that down to a single.
Pleasant enough start to the day. How many overs are we playing today? 50. Okay, so we'll see things paced out, no hurry, despite the loss of 3 early wickets by Pembroke. That one's tapped back behind him safely into the hands of the slip for no run. Interesting contrast between these two bowlers who are currently working at the moment. George's spin. That one's blocked forward. And the pace of the... I've already forgotten his name now. The pace of the other bowler.
Jane,
thank you. Hogan digs in, stares his counterpart down, who steps forward and deals. Big swing by Hogan. It's going. That one is gone over the fence, perhaps even into the gardens of the houses on the west end of the ground. It's quite a strike by Hogan. Nice big swing. And that was 6 the minute it hit Willow.
indeed it was. It went a long way. It's cleared the fence and gone into the houses at Park Lane. I think it went into the end one. One that was for sale recently, 800 and something thousand.
Does it come with the ball?
You get as many free cricket balls as you can find.
There you go.
And
take
here it is.
Right in the slot, he uncorks, twists those hips, and a big finish. He seemed to enjoy watching that one. Why wouldn't you?
Well, that's 2 sixes in the innings so far, and we have to say that both of them belong to Danny Hogan and the long levers. One going on the offside that landed near the scorers, and this one landing in Park Lane.
This is drinks, our first drinks.
I think it might be. Players seem to have stopped for a drink anyway. Well, that's a good way of getting to drinks, is dumping the ball into the gardens. It's a way of telling the umpire, yeah, we have time. It's going to take a while to get that one back. It's quite funny, actually. Somebody bought that end house, and I don't know if you can see on the brickwork, just behind where that person is sitting. And again, we might just ask our cameraman to see if he could zoom into the that Con's nook. But you can see the brickwork there, and the first thing that person did was put a back door in their garden onto the pitch. And we had to say, excuse me, you've just built a door onto private property. And so it had to be bricked up again.
Interesting.
And they sold the house shortly afterwards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was a strange one, all right. But there is one door in that wall, and of course that's over there by that. Well, you can't quite see it, but there's a green hedge there. There's a door beside that one, and that runs into the O'Rourke's house. And Anne O'Rourke lives there, who is mother of the Fingal Cricket Leinster Development Officer, Breen O'Rourke. And Con, Breen's dad, used to do a huge amount of work at the ground here, almost like this was his back garden.
It's a fascinating thing, though, living where you can see from your house a sports ground.
Yeah.
You know, there's a long tradition of really interesting and old historic sports stadiums. The more famous ones in America would be Wrigley Field in Chicago. On the north side of Chicago, there are apartments where the owners of those apartments, because they can see into the stadium without having to buy a ticket, they rent them out for events. So people will pay thousands of dollars to have a party on the roof of a house that can see into a baseball field. You don't pay for a ticket, but you get to see the game in the background.
Oh, isn't that kind of cool?
Very cool.
Well, Simon Heaney's the other person we know in that row of houses. He hasn't quite got round to the organising parties.
More blue on offer in the sky here today as the clouds are parting.
Yeah.
Kind of a darker blue to our south, coming to a lighter blue as you work your way across the western side of the ground into the north. Very comfortable. Sunny, but not hot. Humid, but not uncomfortable. I'd call it a very Goldilocks day here at Sydney Parade.
What a great way of describing it.
You'd be as comfortable in a pair of shorts and a T-shirt as you would be in jeans and a jumper. So peruse your closet, select an outfit, and come on down.
Well, yeah, just in shot now, you can see that napkin. It's making its way slowly but surely towards the players. It'd be funny, wouldn't it, if it was sentient and it was an alien and we didn't know it. But aliens look like a piece of paper.
It reminds me of that scene from American Beauty with the plastic bag. You know, sometimes there's so much beauty in the world, I just can't take it. As this napkin flutters in the breeze, we're reminded of the simple joys of life.
Oh, you just missed that on camera now. One of the North County fielders, he threw his water bottle down to the side of the rope and it popped up and landed properly, lid up.
That's a good sign.
Without even trying, he managed that. Graham Mooney now standing down at the scorer's table. I'm sure he's pacing up and down. I'm sure he's regretting having said he'd score today. He's one who would definitely, I think, have preferred to have made it back to his own bed. He stayed in the car park last night. Something I've done over the years, but since, well...
We're a bit too local for it now.
Yeah, now I can get home.
Our sentient napkin has been collected at slip and delivered into the large pocket of the white-jacketed umpire as George prepares his delivery.
Jane. George is the other end.
Thank you.
No worries.
That one's popped to the offside for one run.
In fact, at the end of the over, we'll have a look at the batting card to date. Doesn't make for pretty reading for Pembroke fans, but, you know, it could be worse. Could be better as well.
Hogan digs in. That one's tapped off his feet on the leg side, stopped by the fielder short of the boundary, and back in just for one. Good strong throw, straight into the hands of the keeper with no bounce. Ball's delivered safely back into the hands of Jane. Continuing to bowl well.
I'm assuming the A, Jane, stands for Ash.
Ash.
That's the name on the back of the shirt anyway.
He skips, delivers his third. That one's blocked straight back to him by King. Not a long run up from Jane. I've seen longer. But with his skips and his hops, he does create a bit of speed. And that one is put away. Oh, no, there's a fielder there in the back. Slap back behind the batter for 1.
Down at third man, the fielder just picking that one up. But Chris King very nicely just guiding it down there past the keeper. Taking a single, getting down the non-striker's end. It's very hard to get out at that end.
Well, they've seen a bit of Jane here now. So maybe they'll get their eye in. That one's blocked back to slip. Very economical Jane continues to be.
He's just gone for 9, and this will be the final ball of his third over. Doing a good job for his skipper. Yeah. I'm just in a breeze here, in the shorts. Decided to put a hoodie on too. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Hogan. My goodness, that is a super shot. And that's the third 6 of the innings and the third 6 for Hogan.
Yeah, that was picked up well and just pulled on a fairly straight line up and out. Very little arc to it at all. A line drive 6 on over the short boundary, and we heard the clink of the ball against the metal.
You're on fire today, Charlie. You must have got to your own bed last night during Weasel Hour.
I did.
Oh, here we go. Twitter's gone mad. The Hills, YMCA, Leinster and Marion all having wins yesterday. Cricket Europe website, one of the most informative out there for Irish cricket news.
Hogan digs in, moves forward, drives it to the offside. So the throw came in, but he made his ground comfortably. Although the bowler did wave at the wickets, dislodged the bails, but Hogan was home safely. King back on strike. Or, am I right here? No, I have it wrong. Yeah, that was from King. So Hogan's back on strike.
Well, yesterday in the championship, the division that Pembroke currently first find themselves in, Phoenix coasted to a 8-wicket win in Cork. North County edged out Civil Service by 7 runs. Sounds like a thriller in the park.
Good delivery from George.
Pembroke had little trouble accounting for Terranure, with 4 wickets for Gavin Hoey and 3 for Nick Stapleton, and we dismissed Terranure for 154. Seamus Lynch did score 77, including 6 fours and 5 sixes. And the chase, in the words of Cricket Europe, was a routine one, with Dear Mid Tucker hitting 9 fours in his 41, while Theo Lawson scored 28 not out, and Dara Cosgrave, well, he completed the win. And then Rush had an emphatic 81-run win at Kildare. But they were 88 for 7 at one stage.
Is there such a thing as a routine chase? It sounds like damning by faint praise.
Is there a routine chase? Sometimes there is, yeah. The batsmen just look so comfortable and they chase down the target and they have overs to spare and they don't lose any wickets. Then it can seem routine.
Right, so they didn't have to exert themselves. There was no individual heroics required, just do the job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If everyone gets 10 or so, team effort, etc. However, in Pembroke, over the years, we've become very used to collapses in what should be routine chases. We've managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory on more than one occasion.
We may have a change in bowling here. The ball is in the hands of a new gentleman, who we will tell you about as soon as we have some information. Sood?
S. Sood.
Sood. Mr. Sood comes into the attack as soon as we have take a look at him and tell you a little bit about what he's offering. He faces Hogan, the senior partner in this partnership, on 30. His partner King is on 18.
Well, Ash Jane, he's come stand right in front of us here, down at the commentary position. Well bowled, sir. Nice and economical.
Hogan offers at that one, but it zips past the keeper. And that'll be 2 runs for Pembroke. Don't believe there was bat on that one, but
Yeah.
was there?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Steered it past the keeper. There was a second there where the keeper was very interested. Now I can make it sound like I'm in a big cavernous room.
Sood with his second delivery to Hogan. That one's blocks dribbled off to the leg side.
It's this sort of cavernous sound that is what's going on in my head at the moment.
Sood with his third delivery. That one's stroked off the back foot, punched to the offside. Pembroke are running 2. In comes the throw. It's strong, but Pembroke is safely in with their 2 runs.
Well, these two came together with the score on 31. And that, to me, 31 and 83, well, that's a 50 partnership at this stage.
The math is sound. On another good delivery from Sood. That one's just smothered by Hogan.
So these two are settled in now. They've seen off the openers. They've seen off the change bowler. And they're now looking at bowler number 5.
That one's driven slightly gently, with some pace. With no run there. Straight in the hands of mid-off. Sood prepares for his final delivery. And that one's blocked by Hogan. So, other than the big slash in the first one, the first delivery that was off the bat and went past the keeper, that was fairly tidy from Sood.
Well, in fact, just going back to the 5th ball of that over, the one where Danny Hogan just pushed it with a bit of pace up to mid-off. He almost pushed it too hard. It reached the fielder too quickly to stop them even trying to pick up a single. So that was part of the reason why they turned down the run. He almost overhit it. Now, the scoreboard in front of you says J. George, but I have to say, I think this is another change of bowling. I don't think we've seen this lad before. No doubt Graham now tapping away at his phone.
First delivery's flighted, but slapped right back to the new bowler.
He got away with that a bit, I felt. That was a very loose, full toss delivery.
Yeah, King's kind of shaking his head a little bit, asking himself, why couldn't I have done more with that? Here comes the second delivery. That one's much tighter and blocked away by King. We don't have a name of this new bowler. If indeed it is new bowler, maybe George has just removed an article of clothing. Third delivery. That one is pulled off to the leg side. Umpires are signaling 4. If it's a 4, it's a 4 the hard way, because it would have bounced just short of the rope. It was aerial for a good amount of time. Looked like it could have stayed in the air, but I guess it bounced in the field of play.
Well, they're still looking for that one. It ran all the way down to the hoarding down at the railway line. It's been fetched back, but that's a shot from King. It's taken him now onto 22. He's been patient. He's faced 39 balls. He's kept going. He's done some super work.
And these are the kind of partnerships that as a fielder kind of drive you crazy, where you look up and you think, I haven't seen them score that many, and then you look up and then, wow, where'd all those runs come from?
Well, Pembroke needed this stand, and they needed to go on a bit longer as well. Chris King now settling down to his task. He's not trying to overhit. He's not trying to take on the bowler too much. He's just milking him for a few runs here and there and getting his partner Danny Hogan back on strike. Danny Hogan checking out the leg side field. There are just 3 on the leg side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 on the... I didn't see the one down by Peter Prendergast. He looks very small, but that's probably because he's actually a long way away.
Well, I mean, he could be close, but just very small.
It's one or the other.
Yep.
If he's standing at first slip, he is very small.
But I thought that was just true for cows. Or was it lovely horses? As we prepare for George's next delivery, well, that one is just slapped right back to him. And that'll end the over.
Well, 5 coming off that. Pembroke have moved on to 90 for 3. Danny Hogan and Chris King now have put on 59 together, and that's a partnership that Pembroke really needed. They were 31 for 3. Wicketkeeper actually getting rid of his helmet now. Or rather, the batsman getting rid of his helmet, is he? Chris King seems to have removed his helmet. Just gone for a playing cap.
But it's not turned around over the top style. So the brim is facing forward as Sood delivers. And that's slapped to the offside. Fielders are chasing, but that's rolling, 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 rolling. Keep that doggy rolling. It's gone for 4.
Rawhide. 4 more to Pembroke, 4 more to King. Well, they've been very patient. They're waiting for the bad ball to put it away.
One wonders if the choice in headgear played a factor as Sood prepares for his second delivery. That's a better delivery. That's blocked away.
Lovely textbook shot from Christopher King there. He got his front foot well forward, bat and pad together, smothering any possible turn from Sood.
Big swing there from King. That's rolling, rolling. The fielder chases again. If it's not a replay of the first delivery of the over, it's very similar. That one is the same result. Another 4 for King.
Well, 98 for 3 now. And Sood, well, he's just conceded 8 off his last 3 balls. He'd only conceded 4 in the first over. So could it be that the change of headgear has resulted in a freeing of the shackles? Certainly a freeing of the pressure. Good morning, Peter Prendergast. How are you today?
Yeah, King looks a little looser, a little more comfortable up there as Sood makes a few adjustments to his fielders.
You decided against visiting the hills?
I did. I was going to go over to watch Marion versus YM for a while.
Okay, that's All Island Cup rearranged game. That's the game that was called off last week in Claremont Road because of a...
That's edged and rolling. Didn't quite make the boundary. It'll just be 2. There was a groan from the fielders as it went up. It was maybe a catch could have been made, but there was nobody home. And that edge just split between slip and the one next to slip. That's deeper.
Peter, just for your viewing pleasure, you can in fact watch the first team online, and you can also see the game in Railway online. Both of those clubs are now streaming. It's a single camera, static with no commentary, but there is a scoreboard attached, so you can keep an eye on those games. They are.
During that update on the audiovisual capabilities of our rival clubs, King has pulled one for 6. Sood's final delivery is lofted. King slaps it to the offside. It goes past a diving fielder and splits the 2 deep fielders, and that's another 4. So this is quite a costly over for Sood. 3 4s and 1 6. And I would say the change of headgear from Mr. King played a factor.
Well, 10-20 coming off that over. Good over for Pembroke. It sees them up to 110. And one thinks that Mr. Sood may have bowled his last ball for a while.
Unless they can make Chris King put his helmet back on.
Oh, I said I was going to do that. Oh, look at that. That last over. How did they get planning permission for that tower?
Yeah, that Manhattan chart, you can definitely see the One World Trade Center in the top. Oh. And the worm seems to defy gravity as it climbs very steeply in this last over.
Well, that was some over. 20 off it. And now George to continue. Scorer's not quite up with live play. There is a further ball that has gone. There it is.
Here we go. George's second delivery is tapped away off the toe of the bat to the offside. The deep fielder has tossed it in. Bit loose, but the backup is there. 1 run. King back on strike. Helmet remains off as he stands. That one's blocked down in front of him for no run. George prepares for his third delivery and delivers. That one's pulled by King. Up in the air, it's rolling, and that is gone for 4. It was high enough to clear the fielder's head, although the fielder didn't really have a chance at that catch, so that's a pretty safe 4, and the runs continue to flow for Pembroke. The ball seems to have lodged itself somewhere in the hoarding along the railway track, although it looks like it's been summoned, being tossed in now.
Well, I'm glad to report that Yonki, our little South African friend, who missed his flight this morning, is now safely on board Qatar Airlines plane and is going to be heading off to Doha very shortly.
All's well that ends well.
Indeed, he only
That
missed
one's
a
slapped
flight.
to the offside. 2 fielders approaching. Will they get there? And no, it hops over the rope, over the bushes, over the brown picket fence, and into the pavilion area for 4. So these...
However, that's 50 for Chris King. After that over of 20, he shot ahead of Danny Hogan, and he's reached the half-century mark in just 49 balls.
And you got to wonder if Danny Hogan is thinking, why is my helmet still on?
Danny, who always bats in a helmet. It's funny because you talk to old blokes like me, and I can't wear a helmet. I just get claustrophobic, and, well, I'm a pathetic little girly, really. But the kids these days, from the moment they take up the game, they're wearing helmets, they're getting used to them. If you ask them not to bat in a helmet, they feel so unsure. And it does let batsmen play ramps and reverse sweeps and top edges and stuff that people not wearing a helmet are in grave danger of taking out their jaw, their teeth, their nose, with a top edge or something like that. So it's good that kids these days all wear helmets, but I, for one, well, I just can't. If the bowling is that fast, somebody else can go and bat.
I played my entire last season, my first season, without a helmet, and got one for this year. And I have to say I like wearing it. It gives me a little bit more just
Reassurance.
confidence.
Yeah.
Reassurance.
Yeah, no, I can understand that entirely.
Change in bowling from North County. Ash, the speed bowler, the pace bowler, is back in the attack. Must be. The captain is looking to break up this partnership. Looking for a breakthrough sooner rather than later.
It does appear that the Pembroke batsmen have got the measure of the spin bowlers. So he's gone back to a bit of pace in the hope of causing an error. Now, of course, the field, with this weight of runs that Pembroke have just suddenly accelerated to 119, the field is far more spread for this bowler than it would have been at the start. He still has this stuttering run-up. Well, that's a good call from King.
King in the off-strike position. The helmet is back on, now that pace is back on. So we'll see when he comes back on strike how that affects him as Jane prepares for his second delivery. That one's blocked straight back towards him.
Yes, it was quite funny that we sort of noticed when he took his helmet off whether that would free him up, and suddenly he goes and scores 20 off and over and reaches the half-century.
You could argue whether it would or not, but you can't argue with the results. The way he moved and hit without the helmet was different. The third delivery from Jane is swung and missed off the wicketkeeper's foot as the umpire signals. Bye. Ball is safely back in the bowler's hands for preparing for his 4th delivery. That brings King back on strike on 51. Jane delivers. And that one is blocked off the back foot by King. So Jane settling things a bit already.
Oh, that's so upsetting for a bowler. You bowl a ball and the batsman lifts it like that through where a slip would have been. As I say, the field has changed now because Pembroke have got some runs and North County are more concerned about saving runs than they are taking wickets. And that one just lifted through a vacant slip area. Lets them get down the other end. Now Danny Hogan, who's on 35, and yet Danny Hogan's the one who's been hitting big sixes. He's hit 3 of the 4 that have been hit today. And yet he finds himself trailing Chris King.
Well, Jane has certainly done his job in terms of slowing the pace of the run scoring. Didn't take a wicket, although to Craig's point, the field maybe wasn't set for it, as that 5th delivery went up in the air straight through where a slip would have been. If we were to take a look back at that Manhattan overs chart, we would have the scene like the children's book Stuart Little, where there'd be a tiny little house next to a giant skyscraper of the previous over.
Well,
And a change in bowling here. A new bowler. Mr. Yermasetti.
what's the name of that national park in America?
Yosemite.
Yeah.
Yermasetti.
You know how...
I'll remember it now. That's good. Yermasetti National Park. That's lovely. They have geysers and there's bears. It's a national treasure.
Well, he'll be the 6th bowler used by North County in this innings. The most economical so far, unsurprisingly, is the opener, Owen Graham. He has 1 for 19. Daniel Mooney, 2 for 26. And they're the only successes. Other than that, well, I don't think they'll bring Sandeep Sood on anytime soon. He went for 24 off just 2 overs.
Yermasetti's 2nd delivery is slapped to the offside for 1. The first was spun wide. So 5 more to come for Yermasetti.
I do apologise. Earlier on, we called a 50 partnership. In fact, it was a 40 partnership because they came together when the score was 41, not 31.
That's roped off Yermasetti. High in the air. Looks like it's landed short. Yeah, umpire is signaling 4. I'd say that was maybe a meter or 2 from clearing the rope.
Well,
Very solidly struck.
rope is a long way out on that side, and it ran once it hit the ground. It ran down to the covers. And that's what the delay is, as the player retrieves the ball, brings it back. But that was a nice shot. I think you called that perfectly. It was just powered through to cow corner. And 4 more onto the total. Well,
So Hogan loosening his arms, really releasing the bat there like his partner had been a few overs ago. But these 2 Pembroke batters are definitely waiting for the spinners. You know, as Ash was able to kind of constrain them, they're definitely freeing themselves up now. Yermasetti with his next delivery. That one's tapped to the offside. Fielder runs after it. There is 1 man in the deep. Pembroke will run there too, and they're safely home. Hogan keeps the strike.
and the sunshine is bathing the ground beautifully now. You can see the players' shadows on the ground. The one black crow comes and sits next to us. I hope that's not an omen of some sort.
That one's driven well to the offside. Collected by mid-off. Just 1 run for Pembroke. That'll bring King back on strike. Let's see what he can do. This is his first delivery against this new, younger spin bowler, Yermasetti. That one's driven, but well collected by mid-off for no run. Now, I wonder if King will now remove the helmet.
Good question. He did earlier on. And it allowed him to free his scoring
He
shots.
steps back, puts the bat into it. It's collected deep, deep, deep. Pembroke will run 2. Bobbled a bit by the fielder, but not in any disastrous way. I'd say it would have been 2 no matter what, but just a little bit of a safer run. And that's the end of the over. After 25, halfway through the proceedings, Pembroke with 132. As Craig noted, the sun is coming back through. The clouds are getting more dispersed, more scattered, so more pockets for a little liquid gold to fall upon your face on a lovely afternoon here at Sydney Parade. I was in Game of Thrones. As Jane prepares for his first delivery of this over. That one slapped straight back, driven back, and it's rolling, rolling, rolling. That's gone for 4 into the base of the nets. Well seen and well driven by Hogan. That's the first solid shot we've seen off Jane in a while.
Just putting one in the slot, and Danny Hogan just driving it straight back past the bowler. And that moves Danny Hogan now onto 46 from 46 deliveries.
It's a better delivery there. That's tapped to the offside. Midoff collects it harmlessly for no run. Was he Danny Hogan in Hogan's Heroes? Was that his name? Danny Hogan.
It sounds like it should have been, doesn't it?
Hogan. Third delivery. That's pulled. 2 fielders try to converge, but it squeezes through them for 4. Another good shot from Hogan
Half century.
as he reaches his 50. 50 for Hogan, along with his partner King. So a very strong partnership building here.
Well, it's a partnership of 99 at the moment. They are making hay whilst the sun shines. And both of these batsmen now, well, are still wearing their helmets. And I don't blame them with this bowler. But they have really taken on the spinners today. On this occasion, it's Jane that's gone for 2 fours in his first 3 balls. And then he gets another dot ball.
Yeah, Hogan just lifted his arms and let that one go by. 2 more deliveries for this over for Jane, or maybe it's 1, maybe 2, we'll see. As he skips and delivers. Hogan went for it, but didn't drive it the way he wanted to. Came off the bat and hit it off his pads.
I don't know if you can see it, but on the bottom right-hand part of the screen...
yeah, 4.5.
No, right across. You see those dots?
Yeah, I see it now. I can't see
Yeah.
it from where I'm sitting.
No, but...
Yeah. The last delivery, the over, is tidy from Jane. Blocked right back to him.
But 8 came from that over, and here's one of those shots. Just pulled right through the onside, and that was the shot that saw Danny Hogan through to his half-century. He'll certainly be posting a reminder to the first-team skipper.
Hogan and King now will be maybe chatting about their headgear choices, depending on which bowler they'll be facing, but they both know now, as I'm sure the captain of North County knows well, that that was Jane's 5th over, and he's been one of the more successful bowlers during this last 10 to 20 over spell. But his number will be running out soon enough. And given the difficulty that Pembroke's batters have given North County spin, the captain will have a lot to think about. Looks like we have a new bowler here. Mr. Khan enters the attack. As he marks off his run up, I'm assuming it'll be some sort of seam bowling. Wouldn't say it'll be a long run up. Wouldn't say it'll be a short one either. Somehow in the middle space, but you can see that the keeper is well back. So we'll see what kind of pace is on offer for Mr. Khan.
Asad Khan, he's the 7th bowler used by North County. They're certainly shuffling the deck, using their resources and trying anything they possibly can to break this partnership.
So King stands alone with no keeper up on him and staring down this new bowler and maybe doesn't know what he can expect to see. What's the mindset here?
Well, and the fact that they're going to a 7th bowler just shows how established these two are. Partnership of 99 so far. And
The first delivery has safety block to the offside.
It remains at 99 after that ball. But, yeah, it's just to show the batsman something different. Perhaps he'll get overconfident with a 7th bowler. So often, a part-time bowler can just break up a partnership. Didn't happen for us yesterday on the 5s. But North County, oh, they're trying anything.
Khan's delivery is stroked to the offside. They thought about a run, but it was well fielded there by cover. That's cover, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Very good. We're all learning as we go.
Every day's a learning day.
Good start from Khan with 2 dots. His third delivery is a 3rd dot. That's blocked off the back foot, right back to him. So getting the support from his teammates, Khan was asked to come in and slow the rate. And so far, so good. King digs in. Khan delivers his 4th. That's slashed at through the first round of fielders. It gets to the deep fielder on the short boundary. That'll be 1 run. That'll bring Hogan back on strike. This will be his first time seeing Khan.
Is that the 100 partnership then?
That is the 100 partnership. Thank you, Noel. Dozed off for a moment there. So these two came together with the score on 41 for 3. They've now taken it up to 141 for 3. And even my maths can cope with that one. A 100 partnership. And it's taken them, yeah, as long as we've been here. We've been here for every run.
That's a bit short from Khan. It bounced up. Hogan takes a good baseball pull at it. Pulled directly to deep mid-wicket. Ah, very good. A nod from the voice of summer. That'll just be 1 run for him. So far, so good for Khan.
And you now see on your screens
Nothing, because it doesn't work.
the graphic not working for our producer.
Interesting change here. You see the wicketkeeper has come up now. Khan delivers. That was at the feet on the leg side. That's pulled away. Fielder is there. They'll limit it to 1. Oh, no, 2. Good running from Pembroke. And that's the end of the over.
Wow. We thought Pembroke were in a bit of trouble at 41 for 3 when these two first came together, but they've looked so assured. There haven't been any drop catches or run-out attempts or anything. They've just slowly accumulated through. They had that 1 over where they took 20 off it. But by and large, they've just pushed the ball around, not looked in it too much trouble, and have scored together over 100 runs.
This partnership hasn't put very much in the air at all, other than ones that cleared the boundary. The worm continues to climb, but you can see how the last 2 overs have slowed that rate, and you know, the very end of that worm is the success of the last bowler, Khan. Bit more sun here at Sydney Parade. The leaving cert weather continues.
Well, isn't that the truth? Every single year, this first week of exams always brings along decent weather.
As Ash Jane returns for his 6th over, first delivery. That one's driven by Hogan into the hands of mid-off for 1. Mid-on, sorry, yeah. Sometimes I forget what side he's standing on. Yeah, but yeah. Just 1 run. That brings back King, who digs in. That's blocked to the offside. No run.
This is where these batsmen have been very good. They've kept out the bowlers' stock balls And then when they see a loose one, by golly, they're onto it quickly.
But not just a loose delivery, that they've seen off this bowler, Ash Jane, and waited for the spin. That's where they feasted. That's pulled. It'll go to the boundary, split the two fielders, and bounce over the brown picket fence here along the stone wall on the north boundary at Pembroke. 4 more runs to the total. Ball comes in back quickly into the bowler's hands, so everyone can move on. Jane resets himself, hop, skip, and a jump, and delivers. That's at the feet of King, who blocks it to keep it out. That hollow sound from the tip of the bat kept the Yorker out. King digs back in, waits Jane's next delivery. That one's blocked to the offside. So a few more dots here from Jane after the boundary.
This is his 6th over. He's only gone for 29 so far, which, in comparison with some of his teammates, is very good. Oh, fine piece of fielding there. Sort of behind point on the offside. It was slashed out there, but it went straight to his hands, and a nice pickup.
I thought it may have gotten past him because as he grabbed it, he raised his arms, kind of in the signal that the ball's gotten past me. But no, it stuck. Well fielded, and another good over from Jane. Now, he was the 3rd bowler, is that right?
Yeah, I think so, yes. Note the 4th, because Johan George was the 3rd. Owen Graham, Daniel Mooney opened up, and they're the 2 with wickets. And since then, we've seen George, Jane, Sood, and Yerasmeti. Yeramzeti.
Jane has been very effective in that 4th bowler position today. Gotten the dots he needs. It's the spin that'll be giving the North County captain questions. As Khan returns, Khan, the 7th bowler, was very effective in his first over with just 4 runs off it. I wonder if there's a change here at wicketkeeper. There's a bit of equipment change going on.
Do you think they need another bowler?
It could be.
It could be to free up the keeper to have a bowl. But it does, this break in play does give the players an opportunity to get a drink. And for the next over or 2, I shall leave you in the good hands of Charlie. And I will go and get our cameraman, producer, and director each a cup of coffee.
I was just about to ask, when did they take drinks to work out when the next drinks break was? That was going to be my coffee break.
I'll be back. Just milk and coffee, yeah?
Players regather themselves here after a bit of a break for a change at wicket keeping, we imagine. The sun has remained. The clouds continue to loosen as you consider your afternoon plans. Sydney Parade welcomes you. As the wall heats up, this game continues to heat up as Pembroke keeps pouring on the runs. Although the 7th bowler here from North County, Khan, did a good job in his first over of holding the Pembroke batters to just 4. So let's see if he can keep that going, or will more time with the Pembroke batters having to see his stuff, if that'll help them. Hogan has a quick count of the field, digs in, taps his bat as Khan delivers. He comes forward, slaps that to the offside, beats the short fielder, but there's a long fielder against the boundary who gets it in. That's just 1. hard hit ball. The fielder went to the ground for it, but it kind of beat him as Khan prepares his second delivery. That one's tapped to square leg and just one run. So yeah, a bit of a fielding conundrum for these close-in fielders, particularly on that short boundary side. You know, they can't get in too close to cut off a single, but they also can't go all the way back to the boundary either as Khan delivers. That one's stroked past the fielder on the offside, and that'll go for 4. So a good solid drive there as the ball was rising up. He stayed down on it. Bit of loft on it, but not enough to be dangerous. And that's 4 more to Hogan's total. Ball back in the hands of Khan as he deals. Hogan comes down the ground, drives it to a similar position and a similar result. Bit of loft on the ball, but not dangerous enough for the fielder to be there, and that's 4. So 2 similar deliveries, 2 similar results, 2 4s off in... call that long off over by the pavilion as I get a thumbs up from our producer. That is indeed the right fielding term. Khan prepares his 5th delivery. Hogan stepped forward to try to pull it, but it went past him, and it's all the way back for the boundary as the umpire signals a wide and call that 5 wides as the ball missed the keeper. Now remember, there was a change at keeper before this previous over. So maybe the little bit of time for this keeper to get in, although it was a full toss on the leg side. That'll be tough for any keeper to handle. Hogan was waiting for it. He charged towards it. He's in a mood to drive, this bowler. Khan gathers and delivers. Again, forward by Hogan, but that's tapped to the offside. That'll be a single. Strong throw in from the fielder will bring King back on strike. Khan walks back to his starting position, collects himself. Tale of 2 overs for him. His first over was very economical and more runs flowing this one. Khan delivers. Full toss to King, who drives it, cover drive down the leg side for just 1. And that's the over. At the end of 28, it's 165 for Pembroke from 3 wickets. The birds are chirping. A little bit less chirping than yesterday when you had that kind of situation where there'd been some rain and all the worms come up and the birds have the chats about where the worms are and who's going to get what, when, where, and why, and how. But a little bit less bird song around us today. The trees stay silent as we look to have yet another new bowler on. So we're going to suspect that this is the former wicketkeeper who, having been removed his helmet and leg guards and gloves, is now going to ply his trade at the other end of the crease. As he rubs the ball on his right trouser leg. He's got a good length run up, so we'll expect to see some seam from him. First delivery from the new bowler, Paul, and an appeal, done given. It sounded like a bit of wood on that Yorker, and that's 1 run. You have to imagine a bowler who's also a wicketkeeper would have twice the experience in appealing because he can do it from either side of the crease. Good opening delivery for Paul as he gathers himself and prepares for the next one. And slows his run, and he'll try that one again. Bit of negotiation among the fielders on the offside. Mid-wicket is deep on the offside. Paul runs in and delivers. That one is driven to the leg side. That'll just be one run through the first fielder, but he's well backed. This partnership continues between King and Hogan. They're both solidly in the mid-60s at this point. Seeing things well. Plenty of light, good, comfortable conditions. King taps his bat and waits for the third delivery from Paul. That one's tapped to the offside, safely in the short fielder's hands for no run. More chatter from the North County fielders, encouraging their new bowler.
Here's Niall's coffee.
So far, so good from Paul. Here comes the fourth delivery. That one is driven down the ground on the offside for just one run.
Well, the bar is a barren and empty wasteland at the moment. Just Sean behind the bar, doing a bit of tidying up and making coffee upon request. How is it, Niall? It's functional. Thank you, Sean. Well, bit of news from...
That one's just edged by Hogan for no run.
Well, I was checking the score for our first team who are playing in the Leinster Senior Cup today out in the hills. And the hills were going along very nicely until the introduction of the sixth bowler for Pembroke, Paul Lawson. And he's taken 5 wickets.
Wow,
And
five for...
And they're now 100 and... He's taken 5 for, and the hills...
North County's 8th bowler delivers to the leg side. That's swiped away by Hogan for 1 run.
I think the interesting exercise in this field would be, would the 3 people who haven't bowled please put their hands up?
It's the same yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, the North County captain is shuffling the deck, putting the cards on the table, looking for someone other than his first 3 who can prove effective to hold these Pembroke batters down. But you'll have to wonder when he's going to want to go back to some of those very early bowlers. And I think we might see the return of bowler number 3.
Johan George, well, he's been quite economical, just 32 coming from his 6 overs, but wicketless so far. The only wicket takers being Daniel Mooney, 2 for 26. And Owen Graham, 1 for 19. They accounted for the first 3 batsmen of Clark, Cosgrave and Captain Dale McDonough. Captain Dale McDonough was wondering how scathing I'd been at the fall of his wicket. And I said, I don't think I'm particularly scathing about anybody's fall of wicket. He said, no, you have my permission to be. He certainly didn't rate his shot. It was the wrong shot, the wrong ball at the wrong time in the wrong place. And it resulted in him spending the next 3 hours sitting on the sidelines.
Johan George points towards the dart line. We can assume he's not hailing the train, but rather moving his field around as Hogan digs in.
It's actually...
Oh, this is Mooney.
Mooney's gone back to his opening bowler. Mooney has bowled 6 already, but he really needs the breakthrough, the captain, so he's willing to use some of those remaining overs of Mooney in an attempt to just break this partnership, which now has gone on to 129.
Mooney's first delivery is a dot. That goes past Hogan.
So were the hills all out then?
No, it was 166 for 7 was what I saw when I was shown by the scorer. We'll just go to live scoring on the Leinster website, which is the match centre there.
Mooney runs in. That one's driven back towards him. And that's 1 run for Hogan. Mooney, you would imagine, has been asked to add to his wicket total at this point. This partnership needs to be broken. This breakthrough needs to be had now.
So the Hills in that Leinster Senior Cup game in the Hills, in Skerries, they were 113 for 1. And now they're 195 for 7. And they still have 12 overs to go. They're scoring at 3 over, 5 and over.
As King deflects Mooney to square leg for no run. Mooney making a few adjustments, sliding his hand here and there. Gathers himself, begins his run-up. And deals. That one slashed to the offside. Deep fielder has it. And that'll just be 1. Must have been a bit wide from Mooney there. That allowed King to bend his knees and extend his arms and slice that one to the offside as Hogan returns.
Well, I see one family with a little picnic here down at Fine Leg. And there's a good crew of Crawford Walsh and Smiths just outside the pavilion door. And other than that, very few spectators here. I believe a few have gone out to the Hills. I believe that a few have, one in particular has popped over to Merion to watch that Irish Senior Cup game, the Bob Kerr game that was called off last week for a dangerous pitch.
That one's gently pulled by Hogan just for 1 run. So these Pembroke batters are staying patient with Mooney, the big wicket taker so far. Again, just these two batters done a very good job of playing their shots, being patient, keeping the ball on the ground. No catching opportunities that I can even recall at this point as King digs in and Mooney delivers. That's bounced up, tapped to square leg. Chopped to square leg, I might say, for no run.
Well, we've entered the 31st over. One feels the next drink break isn't a million miles away. And in fact,
so we see Danny Hogan jog here towards the side screen. Oh, for change of bat. So we've seen a change in headgear. This is our first change in woodwork. Yellow-handled bat from Hogan. One wonders if it was carved from a piece of wood from a tree that was struck by lightning and inscribed with the name Wonder Boy from the 1985 classic baseball film, The Natural, starring Robert Redford and Glenn Close. Wilford Brimley as the manager of the New York Knights.
yes, and what a marvellous role he played. Sat Hobbs down for sit down, stay there, do as you're told.
Knock the cover off the ball
And
is the
then-
instructions he gives to Hobbs in Chicago, and that he does. Well, let's see if this can be Wonder Boy for Hogan as he steps in against Paul for his second over. That one's swung through and off the keeper's gloves.
Well, that
Bit
was
of a groan, so we can imagine it caught some wood there.
either caught some wood or was very close to doing so.
Yes.
But yes, there was exclamation. I don't think it did touch the bat because the reaction of the fielding team wasn't
Loud enough.
wasn't one of absolute despair.
But then again, during your coffee break, there was a wide ball that went for 5 wides, and we talked about how the new wicketkeeper needs a little bit of time to get adjusted. The second delivery here, that's stroked by Hogan off the hands of the close fielder, and that'll be 1 run. The ball comes in, it slips through the bowler's hands, misfield, and that's an extra run for the total. That brings Hogan and Wonder Boy back on strike.
Well, that was a bit sloppy by the fielder. He was only, what, 8 yards away from the stumps, and he fired it at the bowler. Had very little chance to...
It didn't need that pace of delivery at that distance.
No, just an underarm toss would have been sufficient. But it allowed Pembroke to get through for another run, and Hogan faced this delivery. Oh, there's cries of catch it. Nobody's catching that. It's gone for 6. And it's signalled as 6. And it counts as 6. So
It wasn't the farthest 6, but it was certainly one of the better positions one you'd see, because had a fielder been in position, it could have been a catch along the rope. It landed between the rope and the brown picket fence on the north end of the boundary here, and that's about a meter's distance. So it really threaded the needle between the fielders and between the rope and the fence as well. You see the nice full swing there from Hogan.
Wonder Boy doing its job.
Here comes the next delivery. Hogan steps forward, and the ball is through him. Are there any iconic cricket movies I should know? You know, I mean, there's like tons of baseball movies, right?
Yeah, there's not a huge amount of cricket ones. There was a good one called Packer.
Uh-huh.
It was about World Series cricket back in the 70s, where an Australian businessman, for want of a better word, he ended up...
That's driven straight in the hands of mid-off. Just one run for Hogan, brings him to 75.
Well, he it was suddenly realised how much money cricketers were making, and he realised that he could set up his own. What happened was the Australian Cricket Board wouldn't sell him and his TV station the TV rights for Australian cricket. And so he decided, well, I don't need Australian cricket, I'll just hire the best cricketers in the world and film that.
That ball's driven back between Hogan's legs by King. It's stopped by the foot of the fielder, but that'll be 3. Just one short of the full 4 for the boundary. Could have gone, but it was stopped by the fielder's foot here in the deep. But Pembroke squeezed 3 out of it.
And it's a very well done story. And the other cricket movie that I would recommend is Bodyline.
Okay.
Which I think, you know the guy who played Agent Smith in The Matrix?
Yeah, Hugo Weaving, Australian actor.
Yeah, he is in that one. And that's the story of the 1932-33 Bodyline tour of Australia. One of the most controversial times in Anglo-Australian cricket and, in fact, diplomatic relations. And it's a fine story, and it's very well told. It's mainly told from the Australian point of view. It's an Australian production company, so you'd expect nothing less. But it's still an interesting movie. And
Mooney returns after Cinema Corner and pops it just to the offside. A very aggressive single was run, but Pembroke is safe home.
But it includes the famous scene where one of the English bowlers bowled short to an Australian and hit him.
Yeah, in a helmetless era.
In a helmetless era, and the England captain went to the Australian dressing room afterwards to say, to complain that he'd been called the product of unmarried parents. And the Australian captain's view when he was told this at the door of the dressing room was to turn around to his dressing room and to ask, which one of you so-and-sos called this so-and-so a so-and-so? And that's the polite Disney version of the words actually used. And it's a fine scene, and it's well acted, and it does make one laugh these days. I'm sure at the time it would have been horrible. But, yep, there are a couple of good cricket movies out there.
I guess I'm looking for one with, goosebump moments and strings and soundtrack and kind of stuff as Mooney runs in. And Hogan steps forward and drives that one square back over his head. A classic drive lofted over the keeper for 4. Over the bowler for 4.
Well, that brings the score up to 190. And I can now tell you that this partnership has put on 149. We shall applaud from down here the 150 partnership, and we'll see if anybody else on the ground picks up on the significance of the next single.
Hogan got good wood on the previous delivery. First real kind of contact of Mooney's bowling that I've seen, although I missed his first few deliveries.
Well, he's into his 8th over now. His captain using up this resource. He's been shuffling the pack, looking for the ace in there, but at the moment, he's not finding too many. Lads, could you go into the other net, please? Before my hangover explodes.
Hogan digs in. Mooney delivers. Steps forward. Just dribbles that one to the leg side for 1 run to rotate the strike.
$150 partnership up for Pembroke, and they've taken them from the depths of 41 for 3 up to 191 for 3. This has been actually quite entertaining to watch. There's been a few big blows, but no, apart from that one over that went for 20, there's been nothing extraordinary.
Well, I'd say what's been extraordinary has been the consistency and the equality of this partnership, with King now rising to 72 and Hogan on 80, is just the way in which these two batters have gone about their business in a very undramatic way, in a good way.
It's been done without much risk. They've done well. And it's been funny how, well, Danny Hogan got out of the blocks first, and then Chris King, including that over that went for 20, reached the half century first. And now, once again, Danny Hogan's got ahead of him. It's the tortoise and the tortoise.
Yeah, they're kind of racing each other like those electronic bikes in the 1983 film Tron.
Oh, yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
And just kind of pulling ahead of each other.
Never actually saw that movie.
Oh, that's a good one.
But I have to say, I saw the Family Guy version of it.
Gotta. Well, if you like The Big Lebowski and you like Jeff Bridges,
Another
so
film I haven't
imagine
seen.
Jeff Bridges in the computer in 1983 as Paul approaches for his next delivery. That's a big swing there, but without much result. A dot ball.
Hi, Alan.
Pembroke closing in on 200, but if you tuned in fairly recent-ish and you're looking at the score of 192 for 3, you might have thought that this was a pretty straightforward affair, but it wasn't really, because the score earlier, what was it, 41-42 for 3? And these two gentlemen out here have done the work. Paul delivers. That's looped to the offside, the leg side, excuse me, just for 1 run. Nobody home there here on the short side boundary. Nobody to stop a single here on the leg side, assuming that if somebody catches it, they're going to catch it with power, and they're going to drive it all the way to this short boundary on the north side of the pitch.
Well, yes, the field is well spread on the leg side now. The North County just trying to protect the boundary. And Danny Hogan answers with a nice drive on the offside for no run. As the Seagull, Sammy the Seagull, paces up and down. You see on his tail for there's 3 Adidas dots.
Okay, so this is confirmed to be Sammy. Sammy's known to us. I know of his name.
We knew Sammy last year.
Yeah, okay, you can see he's the Seagull with the 3 stripes.
Advertising deal he did with Adidas there. I have to say I'm extremely disappointed with Adidas. Oh my word, what a shot that is. That's an offside drive through the air, never got above, 9 feet. I think you described one similarly earlier as a line drive 6, and that's what that was.
Yeah. Line drive, nearly what you might call a frozen rope, just almost horizontal all the way, clearing the ropes by about a foot or 2, really. But very hard hit ball.
And here's the replay of that shot. Danny Hogan, well, it's the full face of the bat. Wonder boy it might be. It's certainly cracking that 6 and takes Danny Hogan into the 80s. 86 now. Cracking shot that was.
Paul collects himself and runs in. Hogan digs in. That one's pulled to the leg side, swept safely into the hands of the deep fielder. And just 1 run That'll bring King back on strike. That's definitely a shot to savor for Hogan. You know, even the way he finished high, kept his shape. It was a lovely swing to look at.
He does have good balance through the shot. At no stage does he look...
Doesn't look forced. It was a very
No.
smooth movement all the way through.
Good bit of timing involved, but my goodness, it just flew away for 6 without any elevation.
That one's tapped safely and blocked by King. And that'll bring up the end of the over. 200 runs for Pembroke after 34 overs. And this will be our second drinks break.
So while they take drinks, we'll have a look around the grounds and see what's happening, where and to who. Malahide now, they've reached... Oh, perhaps we might refresh the page before we start talking about things. Malahide have reached 188 for 5 off 33 overs in their Skellig 6-18 Leinster Senior Cup game at home to Clontarf. Rush, well, they're 199 all out in Park Avenue against Railway Union. They only used 44.3 of their overs. North County, well, they've reached 199 for 3 off 41 overs against Leinster. And out in the Hills, there's been a bit of a stand for that 8th wicket. The Hills now 225 for 7. And they've taken 41 overs less. Just 8.2 overs left in that one. In this game here, Pembroke have reached 200 for 3 after 34. We are at the second drink break. And there in front of you, you have the batting card of this game. And you can see those first 3 wickets all falling quite cheaply. But Hogan and King, 87 and 72. And they've brought the score up to 200 for 3 at a run rate of 5.88. And there, well, it's almost a listing of the entire North County team, just the 3 players who haven't been used as bowlers so far, with varying degrees of success. And the one bowler who really got some tap, well, that was Sood. But then Yeras Messi, he 1 over for 11, and Asad Khan, 2 overs for 21. And then Paul at the end there, 3 overs for 24, and he's going at 8 and over. The top 4 bowlers, obviously the main bowlers on this side, they've all kept their economy rates under 5. There's the Manhattan chart. You can see that 1 over of 20 that Chris King, well, it accelerated him to his 50. And then there's been a couple of big towers after that, 12 plus overs. And there's the worm. It keeps climbing and climbing. How much further up will it get? Well, there's been a couple of nicks, and you can see that the Pembroke batsmen occasionally have come up against an over that's gone really well, and it slows the rate a little bit, but then they take off again, and overall now, scoring at, as I said, nearly 5.9 and over. One expects that for the last 16 overs of this innings, they will start to accelerate, and which is hard to say when they've done so well so far. So, the players now making their way back out to the middle. North County have used 8 bowlers in their effort to break this partnership, and it hasn't really worked out for them yet. Well, Hogan and King, they've scored really well. King 72 off 79 and Hogan 87 off 75. They have put on 159 now. Just 41 runs off a double century partnership. Will they get that far? Will either one of them reach triple figures? Subra, well, he scored a century yesterday for the Fifths, but it was in a losing cause. There were also 2 half-centuries in that game for Pembroke. Unfortunately, the opposition, well, the opening batsman was put down off... Oh, I can't remember who was bowling, but he scored about 3 at the time, and he went on to score a century, and that made a big, big difference to the Pembroke defence of 246. 2 players on the Adamstown side scoring centuries. And they saw Adamstown home by a number of wickets. Still, it was a good game of cricket to play. It was a good game of cricket to be part of. And once we'd had a drink and discussed things, it was consigned to the history books. Well, the umpires are still chatting at the end of the drinks interval. Everyone else seems to be ready. Danny Hogan, it will be, facing. And it looks like it will be George again. Johan George from the nursery end. Well, what sort of total are Pembroke looking at here? Well, there are, as I say, 16 overs remaining. 96 balls. So Pembroke will be looking for a total in excess of 300. There's 7 wickets in hand as well, don't forget. And still some batting to come. Noah Smith, for the second time this weekend, finds himself sitting on the sidelines, a bit like Kieran Volker did. All padded up, ready and raring to go. And then the people on the pitch in front of you, well, Kieran had to sit and wait for 14 overs. Well, the two lads compiled a stand of 140, never got out to bat. And here now, for the seconds, Noah Smith. He's been on the sidelines now for quite a while, itching to get out there. Well, this is George's 7th over as we welcome Charlie back to the box. Plumbing all in order?
I think I found the problem. All is well, thank you.
Excellent.
I'm on short time here. I don't have too many overs left to commentate, so try to make the most of them. It's been a very exciting partnership. We've seen headgear change, bat change, safety equipment changes as North County converted their wicketkeeper into a bowler. One wonders what's next.
Transformers.
Will there be a trouser change like Peter O'Mahony famously of Munster Rugby when he had his shorts pulled down in the middle of a game? Who knows? Hogan taps that one past the bowler. And that's just for 1 run. That's very indicative of what we've seen today. Hogan and King have not just taken their singles, they've robbed them. That one's just tapped safely away by King. They've been very smart in how they've run and batted, and it feels like every ball has been put in play and put in play very conservatively. As King strokes that to the offside for 1. So there have been overs where runs have come in bunches, but really it's just been these two guys wearing you down.
Solid accumulation of runs. Runs with very little risk associated.
Yeah.
As we say, we haven't seen too many drop catches or even taken catches.
Even chances, for that matter.
Yeah. There's Peter Marshall sitting on the wall. He's come down for a look after yesterday's festivities. It's good to see a few people coming down, sitting on the wall,
People
taking in the sunshine.
Trickling in. There's still plenty of good seats available here at Sydney Parade. But the mood is of a place where the party happened the night before, and that's exactly what's gone on. That one's tapped back by King. So this bowler is, I'm looking at the screen here, this is George, is that correct? I thought this was Sue.
I don't believe so. This looks more like Sue.
Yeah. I recognize his vest.
Score up, not quite up to it yet.
That one's pulled to the leg side. That goes for a very straightforward 4, 1 bounce and gone. Well, we can maybe guess it's sued by the boundary, and now the screen has been corrected. It is sued. So you have to imagine that King and Hogan will be glad to welcome Sood back. That's when they really started accelerating. I mean, that was King's 20 run over was off Sood earlier.
And he's facing him again now, having just popped him for the first 4 of the over. This time hits it straight to the fielder on the offside. But you get the feeling Chris King is itching to let his bat swing.
Well, but if he were serious, the helmet would be off, which is what happened last time, as he blocks that one just right back to Sood. Good delivery from Sood. So Sood was the bowler for which King removed his helmet. So maybe if he comes back into the attack, we'll see a similar thing. We definitely noticed, and the Manhattan chart bears us out, when the helmet comes off, King's arms gets released. He swipes at that one, and it catches an edge and dribbles back behind the keeper. Bit of disagreement between the two partners, but no harm done as the ball was thrown to the keeper and not the bowler. So just one run there. Brings Hogan back on strike. He sits at 89 as King sits at 81. And that's been another interesting thing here, too, between this partnership. It has been very equitable. That one's driven to the offside by Hogan to reach 90. Been very equitable in that sometimes you see partnerships that are quite lopsided, where one batter's job is to just rotate the strike to get the big hitter back on. And we certainly saw that yesterday with the Pembroke Fifths against Adamstown. But that's not the case here. These two batters are both shouldering the load together and working together and accumulating the runs as a team.
Well, they both have great opportunities here now to go on and score centuries. It'll be a first for both of them for this year. The chirping in the field's a little less now than it was when the score was 41 for 3.
That one's driven to the offside. Safely in the hands of the fielder, back for one. Yeah, you get the sense of, there's always lulls in the field for a 50-over game or for a long game. But these periods where the frustration builds really taxes the fielders, and that's caught on the half volley by King, driven to the offside for one. And what you're seeing here is what's been playing out for over after over after over after over. Drive for one, drive for one, drive for one. Occasionally the two, and then the boundaries mixed in there. But these very solid, classic, safe cricket shots have delivered these runs. Now, that's scooped. Oh, and it's off the fielder's hands. Oh, and it just barely kisses the rope, and it's gone for 4. It hit the fielder's hands. He dove to his left, and his head was on the ground in the perfect position to see it roll away from him and just gently nudge the rope for 4.
Well, it was a good effort, but unfortunately he spilled it. There were cries of catch it to start with. It was never a catch. It was always going to bounce in front of him, but it was that bounce in front of him that he found awkward to deal with. Fine piece of fielding there, close in. Ash Jane throwing himself down to the right, saving the single.
On the mat as well. That's not very inviting. The next delivery. Big swing there. Big sweep attempt there from Hogan. Kept his back foot in his crease.
There is a man out in the deep on the leg side, but he is sort of square-leggish, so cow corner very much open to Hogan, and he was aware of that, and him and Wonder Boy looking to puck the ball down to that Willfield Road gate.
That one's driven safely to the offside, into the fielder's hands again. Another single. So that'll wrap up this over after 37, 218 from 3 for Pembroke.
Danny Hogan now just one blow away from that well-deserved century. He really has helped his team out here today. And Chris King, well, he's just 18 short. So what are your plans for the rest of the day, Charlie?
Parenting.
Has to be done. It's what Sunday afternoons were made for, really.
Sood back into the attack. That one's swept by Hogan. For one, a good stop out in the field as the North County fielders are applauding the effort of their teammate. Saved 3 runs there.
Certainly saved 3 runs. There were, again, cries of catch it, but again, it was always going to bounce well in front of the fielder. He did well to take it on the bounce.
And that's just tucked around the corner neatly by King. Throw, again, at a close distance, a bit too hard runs through, but it was backed up this time. That brings Hogan back on strike at 97. Sood approaches and delivers. That's tapped by Hogan to the offside. Back to the hands of the bowler. That's a result, a dot.
Well, these two doing exceptional work for their captain on what is a glorious day. Plenty of blue sky up there now.
That's a full toss. That's smacked. It's going, and gone over the fence, over the short boundary on the north side of the field. That brings up the century for Danny Hogan, well deserved. The full toss from Sood was put away, as you might imagine. Got to his century in very dramatic fashion with Wonder Boy in the yellow handle in his hands. But the foundation upon which that century was built was very, very smart, very, very clever, and solid conservative cricketing.
Well, it took him 87 balls to get to that century. He was joined by Chris King when the score was 41 for 3. And together they have just taken Pembroke to heights that were unimaginable at that stage. Lovely shot there from Hogan, and what a great way to bring up your century by dumping it into the gardens and forcing another ball to come out from the changing rooms.
And you can see the replay. Here's the full toss and the full extension by Hogan as he scoops it. No doubt there, that was 6 off the bat, and brings up the century, well deserved. Hogan digs in. That one's driven down just off the fingertips of Sood. And that, I believe, no, I guess we still have one more delivery in this over. That brings King back on 83. He'll be wanting to match his partner here as he strokes it. Powerful drive to the offside, but well fielded. Diving to his left, the fielder saved 4 runs there.
Johan George doing a fine job because he had to throw himself full length to get something behind that. And behind it he got. You heading off?
Yes, I'm heading off. Thanks for letting me spend some time with you this afternoon.
And thank you for joining us. It's always far better with you here, Charlie.
And I'll leave you in the safe hands of Craig Sr., the voice of summer, for the duration of this contest. Oh, we look at Hogan's numbers here. 8 4s, 6 6s.
Strike rate of 118. And Chris King, well, he's finding the boundary with regularity too. That will take him on to 88. See you during the week, Charlie. See you later. Many thanks to Charlie for joining us in the commentary box this morning. Let's hope he doesn't take the weather with him now. And it stays bright and sunny here in Sydney Parade. See you soon, Charlie. Thanks very much. And if the parenting comes to an end, come on down. Well, will North County's luck change with the change in the commentary team? And it's Johan George who did that fine piece of fielding in the last over, bowling from the nursery end as Chris King hits another one out to the boundary in front of the clubhouse. And he saved another 3 runs and kept it down to a single. And that will bring Danny Hogan on strike. Danny Hogan now, of course, having reached his century, raced through what was meant to be the nervous 90s. But it may be now with the century under his belt, he is feeling particularly good. Well, that was hit right out to cow corner. And either Luke or Dan, we won't name which one it was, but one of the Murrays sitting there in the shade with Scout. Thank you very much. And he put down the catch, but 6 more runs to Hogan. Well, there's the big hit, the big six from Danny Hogan. Freed, now he's reached his century. And one of the Murray boys, well, he got his body behind it, but still put it down.
Down.
I didn't say which one it was. I just left it vague because they're way down there, and they're both there.
Both wearing blue as well.
Yeah. Maybe we might have a word with them when they walk past later on. Well, these two now have put on over 200 for the fourth wicket. Not orange squash, I think just one of those plastic pint glasses of orange squash. Oh, that one is the closest. Oh, that one's the closest again. Well, there's all sorts of questions and frustration amongst the North County players. That one just popped up in the air. Two players went for it. Neither one could quite get their hands to it. And the frustration is clear for everyone to see. I see some frantic wheel rolling by my director here. He's going to show you the replay of this one. Just while they have a chat. And the umpire, well, the umpires are having a word with the players here. Just out of reach of the left hand of the fielder. And then the throw in. And the umpire firm in his not out. There was hesitation, and then come back again, and then go again, and then come back. And he just had his bat down in time. Well, you get the feeling that these two now have decided it's time to press the accelerator. They've passed the 200 mark for the partnership. They're closing in on 250 now for the team score. And there's still 10 overs after this one. If they're both here at the end, well, Pembroke could be well up to 350. I emptied that the other day. Coffee again, is it? It's upsetting your stomach now, is it? Well, the bowler tried to put in a faster one there. Didn't really pay off for him. Still played out to the leg side for a single. Ash Jane, well, this is his 7th over. He's only gone for 31. Oh, there are other energy drinks available. King has now cut that one out to the fielder on the offside boundary. Another single. And this gentle accumulation of runs just continuing. Hogan now on 114. And Chris King, oh, he's into those nervous 90s. He's on 92. Well, that's a classic shot. Just push past the fielder in the ring, and it lets them get through for 2, despite the fielder's best efforts. Well, well. Just the 10 overs to go now. And you get the feeling that this is the time when Pembroke will really hit the accelerator. Try and take this total up past 350. Good afternoon, ladies. Just remember, those are live mics.
Okay, so we're going to talk sweet nothings in your ears. What can we do? Sweet, 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 sweet nothings.
Sweet nothings, is it then? That's pushed back past the bowler, but he gets enough of a hand on it to deflect it to Ash Jane. And just a dot ball. I'd leave them there, no, they're ground there. As you said, somebody will jump in the nets and then it'll be bang, bang, bang. Well, Chris King, he's facing at the moment. He's on 92. It's taken him 98 balls to get there. It's a fine scoring rate. 250 up for Pembroke now. These two second 11s, both of their first 11s in action as well today. So neither one of them is at what they probably think is full strength. The captain of the second team for Pembroke is currently in the hills playing for the first 11. Another car comes into the car park. And Hogan advancing down the track, but this time, fine bit of fielding, keeps it to a dot ball. Well, the field is well spread. There's a man at deep square leg. There's a man at extra cover on the boundary. And Danny Hogan has found the man just in front of the clubhouse. He couldn't hang on to it. That's Johan George. It was a tough chance. Right down at his ankles. He couldn't quite get down to it. And the catch, well, doesn't come off for him. And it's just a single to Pembroke. But that takes the score on to 251 for 3. As Hamish and Dougal take a little walk. That'll do you. Nicely clipped away off his legs. There's going to be 2 here, if not 3. It's just going to be the 2, jogged through gently. And that'll take King up to 95. Well, the North County bowlers were particularly accommodating to Danny Hogan, giving him a full toss on his hips to lift into the garden for his 100. And one has to ask the question, will they be as generous to Chris King? So, another over gone. The score is 254 for 3. 9 overs to go now in this first innings of this second 11 Premier League clash between North County 2s and the hosts Pembroke 2s. What are we looking at here now? No, what? For 7? For how many? 247. 248 then the Pembroke first 11 will require out in the hills. As I can remind you, the hills are in fact streaming that game from a 1-camera, no commentary position. But great to see other clubs now undertaking the streaming. Railway Union across the road also streaming their game against Rush. Danny Hogan goes for the big shot, doesn't really get all of it, just a single, but it does bring Chris King on strike, and he is now on 95. And how he would love a full toss to put into the gardens. It's not there. No run for him there. Retains the strike. Remains just those 5 elusive runs short. And he does. He gets there exactly the same way as Danny Hogan. Another 6. It's a glorious shot, and that brings up Chris King's century. Finally playing under his own name, and he's scored a super century. It's taken him 101 balls to get to, or 102 balls to get to 101 runs. And this partnership just goes on and on. 220 they've put on together now. Super shot from Chris King. Another one lands in the gardens. Under the no return policy of the apartments at the moment. Another ball will have to be fetched from the North County dressing room, and one wonders how many more balls remain in there. Well, that's going to be 2 very content. It was short, it was outside off, and Chris King, he turned on that. You could see the fielder was interested, well, in just judging the trajectory more than anything else. It certainly wasn't a run, and here's the celebration. A firm handshake, tap on the back with a bat, and then the raising of the bat to his colleagues on the sideline. And he's got to feel good about that. Yes, no waving his bat to the camera. He, most unlike yesterday, when the Adamstown players scoring centuries, made sure to salute the camera. Did you notice that yesterday? It came on and went off again. There it is. Chris King, 10 fours, 3 sixes, a strike rate of 99.02. That's the difference between a strike rate of 100 and of not 100 is 101 off 102 balls. And now you get the feeling that these two, well, they'll feel that they've done their job. They've taken Pembroke into a very strong position, and they can now afford to actually go after the bowling. And King, he punches one behind square on the offside, and he calls for a quick 2 and gets it quite handily. He's well past the stumps before the ball arrives into the wicketkeeper's hands. Thank you for the orange. And that was, well, this has been a fabulous stand by these two. Certainly the biggest I've seen in quite a while. It's over 200. In fact, it's 222, 223 now. And they came together with the score at 41 for 3. Oh, Danny Hogan pulling out all the tricks now. That's a reverse hoik. I won't give it any better term than that. That was a reverse hoik for another 4 runs, and that will take him into the 120s. Well, with just 8 overs to go now, is Danny Hogan eyeing up 150. Yeah. Well, he was very quick onto it, and he hit it very finely. There was no saving that one. Swipe round, got enough on it. He doesn't even bother running. He knows. Bat tucked under his arm. Wow, what a fine 4 that was. Cricket these days, well, the wearing of helmets allows you to play these shots safe in the knowledge that it's not going to top edge into your face. It's Paul now to continue his 5th over. He runs through the first one. The umpire signals dead ball. Having to make changes to the field. They didn't have enough people in the ring. Do they have enough people now? Then this is why he pulled out of the delivery. Suddenly somebody realised that this was going to be a no ball. There's 3 inside the circle on the offside, just 1 on the leg side, and the rest of the field is spread a long way. Well, it's got to be a tough day's work for the North County fielders out here. They thought they were full of chirp. They were asking questions with no answers apparently early on. Well, I think now the batsmen have had all the answers to any questions that the North County bowlers have presented to them. And just as I say that, Danny Hogan goes down the track and Paul's ball gets past him and takes out middle stump, and the fourth wicket falls after a stand of 248. It's a shame they didn't get two more for the 250 partnership, but I don't think Danny Hogan is going to be too upset. He's done a super job. He's scored 122. And he was out there for 99 balls. He comes back to his teammates who have, well, it's hardly a rousing round of applause. But he just played down the wrong line on that one, having come down the track. And it takes out middle stump. Some success for the North County side. And perhaps now the chirping will recommence. Well, new batsman to the middle now.
I've been by pads for 2 hours.
Yes. After a long and very patient wait, Noah Smith comes to the wicket. He's been next man in for quite a while. The previous wicket fell in the 10th over, and we're now in the 42nd over. So 32 overs, best part of 2 hours of cricket. Noah Smith has been sat in his pads on the sideline. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, they take an easy leg by there. That brings Smith back on strike. Noah Smith getting off the mark with his first delivery. And he's kind of on a hiding to nothing here. As we enter the last 7.2 overs. Nice straight bat from Smith, straight back to the bowler. And there's a little bit of encouragement from the bowler from his fielders now. That encouragement that had gone very quiet. So, Hogan and King were together for the best part of 33 overs. And they've taken the score from 41 up to 269. Oh, 5 wides. That is not what North County needed at this stage. Just as they've taken a wicket, we're starting to try and apply some pressure. One is fired down the leg side, and it goes for 5 wides. All this just adding to the mountain of runs that Pembroke have amassed so far.
Instructions would have been survive.
Yes.
License to thrill.
License to thrill indeed. There are still 6 wickets in hand as we are in the last 8 overs. Good, loud, decisive call from Noah Smith. His partner left in no doubt. So with 43 gone now, 276 for 4. Paul has his first wicket, and in 5 overs, he's taken 1 for 29. Yes. Yes, the Hills were doing exceptionally well. The only bright thing I saw early on was that they got Damgard early. Damgard's so destructive at the top of the order. If he comes off, and then some. And Paul Lawson, the 6th bowler used, takes 5 for 33. Stapleton 2 for 34, and Pooh Sharma 2 for 25. Fiacre Tucker, the other wicket taker, 1 for 57, and they have bowled out the Hills for 247. 248 required by Pembroke, and we will just see how they're getting on now. They're at the innings break, and it looks like...
Oh, they haven't started the second innings.
No, they haven't started the second innings yet. So they're at an innings break there in the Vineyard, and then Pembroke will require 248. Here, it's a slightly different story. North County, at the moment, well, they require 277. Well, finally, in the pursuit of quick runs at the end of the innings, Chris King has perished LBW, who went right across his stumps there. The bowler bowled straight, and the umpire had no hesitation in sending him on his way. And Chris King's innings comes to an end. He's out for 104 off 109 balls. And there wasn't really too much doubt about that one. I don't think Chris will be too worried either. And neither will his standing captain, Dale McDonough. He'll be delighted that Pembroke have reached such heady heights. So Chris King's knock comes to an end. There's an aeroplane going through my head at the moment. There it is. So 5 down, 276 on the board. And it's been batsmen's 4 and 5 have done the damage, both centurions. Max Collins off the mark in his Pembroke career. I think that's his debut today. Yeah, I got that one as well. Noah Smith just guiding that one just onto the offside. He was looking for the quick single. Max Collins, he's a tall lad. It won't take him too many strides to get down the other end, but he says no to the offer from Noah Smith and leaves Noah on strike. And Graham, the opening bowler, the most successful bowler for North County today, is back on again. Well, it was a wide waft of the bat. Smith letting that bat get away from him. Could very easily have taken the edge. 6 overs to go, 36 more balls. If they get 36 runs, they'll be over 300, and that would be a very imposing target for North County to chase. They are going to need somebody to go big today. I don't think 50s are going to do it for North County, unless, of course, lots of them get 50. Charlie was very descriptive yesterday during the 5th game. Some lovely turns of phrase he has. And he was comparing Danny Hogan's bat to Robert Redford's baseball bat in The Natural. He was querying whether it had been carved out of a tree that had been struck by lightning. The Hollywood phrase. Nicely played by Smith into the leg side. He hasn't hit it too hard, and that's enabled him to look for a third. He just takes the 2 though, but he really scurried up and down the pitch there. He was looking for a third. Max Collins, he decided that 2 was enough. And the score moves into the 280s with that 2 from Smith. 2 new batsmen at the crease now after the magnificent stand and inningses. Hogan and King, both of them scoring centuries. And together they put on 248 runs. And that has been the story of this innings for Pembroke. It's not been a T20 Bazball sort of innings by any stretch, but there have been some excellent boundaries. Nice shot from Collins out in the offside, down towards the clubhouse. It will just be a single. That's all Pembroke need at this stage. Just keep pushing that score closer and closer to 300. They're ahead of a runner ball at the moment. Smith again, just driving down the ground, taking the single. Well, scorer had to get up and walk around. He was in danger of falling asleep every time he sat down. You can't sleep well in your car either.
One under the bat there, Polly. One under the bat.
Well, this one comes off the inside edge for Max Collins, but Noah Smith calls him through for the single. And that's the end of that over. The score moves on to 285 for 5. Collins has moved on to 3. And Noah Smith now on 5. Normally you'd say this is a rebuilding phase, but Pembroke just taking 8 off that over. So nothing wild, but again, just this steady accumulation of runs. Graham back on now as Paul finishes his 5th over for 41. Graham with 3 overs left. 6, 48, 50, and he will bowl out from the St John's end, one suspects. Bowling this, the 46, he'll bowl the 48th, and he'll bowl the 50th. Now, just remember that the other opening bowler, D. Mooney, well, he was brought back during that stand of 248 in an effort to break it. It didn't work for North County, and now they find themselves a bit shorter when it comes to the tail end of the innings. Just a single. Super throw from the fielder, straight into the stumps, but the single had been taken a long time ago. Tough day in the field for the North County players. I think we've all been on the receiving end of such large stands, wondering where a wicket's going to come from, as we were yesterday for the 5th. This time, Max Collins plays it out on the offside, takes the single. And this is good play from the 2 of them. They're only just in, both of these batsmen, and they know they're looking for quick runs at the end of an innings, but they're not just swinging wildly from the hip. Well, the commentator gets it absolutely wrong as Noah Smith decides to take the long handle to one. Found some nice empty turf. Oh, my word. Oh, it's gone everywhere. It's going to be 5 no balls. It's going to be a warning for the bowler. It's going to be a surprise for the wicketkeeper. And it's going to be a long trek for one fielder to go and fetch that. Oh, there'll be a free hit for that one, I suspect. Just checking, there are 2 to come. Oh, 4 byes. Not called a no ball. Well, the umpire's conferring with the scorers. We'll finally get the result there. And it is now a free hit for Max Collins. Well, the fielder went for the catch and there was no need to. It was a free hit. He should have just gone for the fielding, but he went for the catch, which meant he overran the ball and let them through for an extra run. They get 2 off the free hit. They got 5 off the no ball, so 7 off one delivery.
I have to admit, I hate that change in the rules. No ball, 4 byes. Bowler only having 1 against them now instead of the 5.
Yeah.
No, that was the bowler's fault.
I think wicketkeeper's hard done by that. Oh, that was... Oh! Well, there's lots of shouting going on, but to no real effect. They get the single anyway. Max Collins will retain the strike as we go into the 47th over. Graham's figures now off 8 overs, 2 for 28. He's been the pick of the North County bowlers today, and how his captain wishes he'd, well, at least 2 or 3 clones of him. I didn't get it, and our viewers didn't get it, so that's that one.
I moved mine.
That one's muted.
Yeah, we could do this.
Oh,
Do the hinge.
there and there. This time Collins slashes it out on the offside, where Johan George fields. I don't know if his name is Johan or Yonki. So Ashpool continuing now into his 7th over. And this is as a consequence of Mooney having bowled earlier in the innings. Captain now has to use Poole here. Well, this time Noah Smith, he goes for the big one, and he gets it there, and he scores his first 6. Just the fielder thought he had a chance there, but didn't quite get his hands up to it, and Smith survives, but survives with a 6, and that takes him on to 13, and he's now above a runner ball, which is exactly what his captain would have wanted as he went out to bat with just a few overs remaining. As I'm reminded in my ear, well, Pembroke go above 300 now. Anything else has got to be a bonus. It's a runner ball that North County are going to have to chase down. Again, Collins finds George, and it's just a single. 8 off this over so far. 2 balls remaining.
Let's do the special one now.
Let's do the special one now. Well, if you had a special one, may I suggest that somewhere before the partnership of 248 came along, might have been the time to do it. And well played by Smith, just dropping it into the offside, taking the single. That's the end of the over. He retains the strike. And the score, well, 307 for 5. There's Smith's big 6. He gave himself room, but he kept his balance, and the fielder right on the rope, well, he went up with one hand, but he didn't take it. And as a result, Pembroke now have passed the 300 mark. Speaking to Dale earlier as I went up for coffee, and Dale said, "How scathing were you of my dismissal?" I said, "I don't do scathing." He says, "You have my permission. It was awful." So that's as scathing as we get, is Dale's own assessment of his dismissal. I played right across the line to a dead straight one. It whipped out.
All that.
Yes, Jane. He bowled well earlier on. Ash. Well, that was straight to the fielder. There was no single there. They were looking for it, but it wasn't there. Now, I thought that Graham would have bowled out. He did have a couple of overs left, but I thought they'd have left him on. He could have closed out the innings from this end, but the captain's gone back to Ash Jane. 0 for 34 off 7.5. Smith plays it into the wide open spaces. It's just a single. As Charlie calls it, along the north wall. North is actually that way. Big swing of the bat from Collins, not much in the way of footwork. It went straight through to the keeper. Well. Oh, there we go. Slash hard, take the edge. That's the sort of thing that can really upset a bowler. Went through the vacant slip position at a very catchable height, but without a slip there, as you expect in the 48th over, it just flew away down to the fence, down to the rope, down to the park lane of houses. 4 more onto the total. 312 now for 5. And just 12 balls remaining in this, the first innings of this second 11 Premier League clash between Pembroke seconds and North County seconds. I didn't even get the sponsor's name in there. I don't know, that's the thing. No sponsor. Whoa, you can see the bowler, he's trying every trick here. Graham now bowling from the nursery end. He's doing his best to just hide that ball outside off away from the batsman. But on this occasion, he slipped too far. Well, Noah Smith again. Another 4 cracked away through the offside down towards the clubhouse. And suddenly Smith, well, he's played himself in. He's faced 19 balls. He's moved on to 20. Pembroke moving on to 317. It's gone very high here. There is a fielder underneath it setting himself, and he's taken the catch. And that's the end of Noah Smith in the pursuit of fast runs with just 2 overs remaining. He departs for 20, and a fine 20 it was too. Took a little while to play himself in, but once he did, he was keen to run as many as he could. And then he started using the longer handle. And he cracked a 6 back over mid-on, and a 4 down towards the clubhouse. And then perished again, looking for the Park Lane Gardens. Well, New batsman coming out now. You can see it's there. He got underneath it, but just got too far underneath it. Not quite off the middle of the bat. And he takes the first single and then realises the catch is taken. Head goes back, bat goes underarm, and he heads off back to the hutch. But he's done a super job for his team. Good catch, really set himself solidly. There haven't been too many catches put down. There haven't been too many opportunities given by this Pembroke side, one has to say. Good afternoon, Johnny Bell. Johnny taking the heat of the wall. He's come down to watch the end of this innings and no doubt the start of the next. And right now, well, a bit of reorganisation going on. How many men inside the circle? Well, I can see 4. The rest of the field, well, it's well spread. Don Kataka now. He's batting. At number 9, he gets off the mark. 6 wickets down now. Well, Max Collins, he has a big swing at one, misses it entirely. It knocks over his off stump, and that's 7 wickets down. Bit of a fight back, that's fair enough. Hamish and Dougal, our ground mics, just being moved once more as people take up residence in the nets. Collins 14 and he departs. Next batsman comes out, Samit Kumar. Well, here it is, just big swipe at one that was straight. You miss, they hit, and that was the end of Max Collins. But himself and Smith, well, they did well together. Always difficult to come in after a big, big partnership. And Smith and Collins departing within a run of each other, having put on over 40 between them.
Chase it.
Well, the fielders managing to do a good job and save a boundary. Samit Kumar, he's off the mark with 2 off the 1 ball faced. 9 and 10 in now. Well, this one slips down. Having the left-hander in front of him does make it more difficult for the bowler. Four wickets have fallen for 49 runs now, but it was always going to happen with the pursuit of quick runs at the end of the innings. That's fine. And that's with 49 overs gone. That was an 8-ball over with 2 wides, 2 wickets, 1 boundary. So Graham now finished for the day. He's left with an over. But 4 for 37. He's certainly the pick of the North County players, certainly of the bowlers. Just 3 players out on that field now who haven't had a bowl. Owen Graham, 4 for 37. Daniel Mooney, 2 for 35. Johan George, 0 for 59. Ashish Jain, 0 for 39. And then into the part-time bowlers. Well, Sandeep Sood, 42 off 4 overs. Shirjan Urasmeti, 0 for 25 off 2. Ashad Khan, 0 for 21 off 2. And then Paul, who came on as the 8th bowler, and he's taken 1 for 52 off his 7. Another single scored. And just 2 balls remaining in this innings now. No ball. It's going to bring forward another free hit, and it will be Samit Kumar. Another 4 from it as well. 5 onto the total. 329 and a free hit to come.
Owen, 4 for 37.
Samit takes hello.
You met my mum? Yes.
Hello. Well, he's hit that one a long way. 6 runs. And that finishes the innings. The score on 336 for 7. North County will be chasing 337 for victory. And that was a good way to end the innings. Dermot Tucker moving on to 9 off 5 deliveries. And as the players leave the field, we'll see a replay of that shot again. Donica Tucker, he's gone a long way with that one. Clears the fence. 6 more onto the total. 6 more that North County will have to go and get. And stand-in skipper, and in fact, even skipper Joe Prendergast and stand-in skipper Dale McDonough, well, they'll both be delighted with this total that Pembroke have put up. When it was 41 for 3, one had to have a question as to whether Pembroke were going to push a defendable total. They've certainly done that and some more, one feels. So, see if I press the right button now. And there is the Pembroke second card today. Dale McDonough 4. Well, he slashed across the line. Ethan Clark then, 11 off 22 before he feathered one through to the keeper. David Cosgrave, well, he lost his off stump. Danny Hogan then with 122 before, well, he was involved in a stand of 248 with Christopher King, and the two of them took the score right up. 248 they put on, so 248 plus 41, 289 the score was when they finished. And then Noah Smith with some brief big hitting. Max Collins, run a ball, and then Donica Tucker with that glorious 6 off the last ball of the innings has ensured that Pembroke have reached 342 for 7, of which 41 were extras. So 300 coming off the bat exactly. Lovely blue sky out there, which is surely a lot prettier than this bowling card. Owen Graham accepted, 4 for 37 from his 9 overs. I thought his captain made a mistake in not letting him stay at the St John's end, where he would have bowled 10 overs. But he changed the end. Daniel Mooney, another wicket taker, he got 2 for 35. And the 8th bowl he used was the other wicket taker, 1 for 52. 41 extras, 342 the total. And there you have it, over by over. Well, the final over went for 20. 21, is it?
Yep.
That's the biggest over of the match. And it really took Pembroke up there. The first now underway, 24 for 1. Nick Stapleton. He's in with Jonathan Garth. Jonathan Garth, who is in the form of his life just a couple of weeks ago. There's the worm for this game, though. And big stand in the middle. And then the line took a little hop as 2 wickets fell. But then, after King and Hogan were out, Collins and Smith got the line moving in the right direction again before Tucker and Kumar got it lifted up even a little bit more. So Pembroke have scored 342 for 7. And North County will require 343 in 50 overs, and they'll be back with us shortly.
There's Dale.
Niall just running us through the highlights of that first innings. And that's Cosgrave losing his off stump. That's Hogan. A few lusty blows. So we'll leave you watching those highlights. Thank you very much for joining us for that first innings. And join us again in some minutes for the second innings as North County will attempt to chase down 343 for victory. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Sydney Parade on a sunny Sunday. Well, it's a little bit overcast at the moment, but overcast Sunday doesn't sound half as good. We're at Sydney Parade for this second 11 Premier League clash between North County and Pembroke. If you didn't see the first innings, well, you missed out there. North County reduced Pembroke to 41 for 3 in the 10th over, but all that did was bring Danny Hogan and Christopher King to the crease. They both went on to score centuries, and Pembroke posted 342. This is the reply. Well, they're off the mark off the first ball. Samit Kumar, who's bowling from the St John's end. And opening the batting for North County, one of the bowlers, Yerasmati, and Mubin, who didn't bowl. He was one of the three who didn't bowl in the first innings, but spent 50 long overs in the field, chasing leather. So, Samit Kumar it is, opening the bowling for Pembroke. Pembroke will be searching for early wickets. Samit Kumar has a slip in place. Let's say a third man behind point. Max Collins then, and then Dale McDonough. Well, that one's clubbed through. It's running away at the rate of knots, gone. First boundary, 5 on the board. And the run rate required 6.89 before that shot, 6.83 after. Well, how North County go about this now, we don't know. But certainly from the shot that's just being played, one suspects they're going for it from the start. They don't want to let that run rate get too high. Much better ball, much better delivery from Kumar. Samit, who last year, or over the winter, has worked very hard to eliminate the stutter in his run-up, and it has resulted.
I'm not sure how many games in a row we managed to go without them moving the side screen, touching anything, rehab was perfect. It's twice checked out.
Well, there's a loud appeal from somebody on the field, but very definitely bat involved there. Well, these North County batsmen will be wanting to return home with a story to tell. So that's the end of the first over. 6 on the board. All coming off the bat. A good first over for Samit Kumar. Hey, Clive. Clive Bleasy on the ground, coming down to watch the seconds. Well, it is a nice summer afternoon. Good warmth, maybe a little bit of a breeze. And Samit Kumar with the first over of the day. Well, Gurram then from the nursery end to open the bowling for the seconds. Right arm over. Well, the first ball, a little bit short and outside off, and it races away to the boundary. 4 runs. And Mubin, well, he's moved on to 8 very quickly. See, Sammy the Seagull, he's back again. A little bit of flight around the place. Well, it's another one, and it gets the same treatment. Another one slapped out to the offside boundary, and that's 2 fours off the first 2 balls of this over. Well, that would be posing some questions for the Pembroke skipper. And this one a wide. 9 off 2 balls now. Well, as long as the batsmen are playing so freely, you feel there's got to be opportunities in the field for Pembroke. This time we've been playing it down on the ground. You're grand. You can walk upright. Another wide as he tries to push that one through. Another wide, that's 10 off the over. And just the 3 balls gone. And another one flies away to the offside boundary. That's 3 fours, 2 wides. And that's 14. Off just 4 balls. Well, this time the flail outside off doesn't result in the boundary. Now he'll see if he can get out of this over for just the 14. There's no doubt the North County bats, well, they're going after 3-4-2 like it's nothing. That's much better to finish the over. 2 overs gone, 20 on the board. They're scoring at a rate of 10 and over. And even with that, they've brought the required rate down to 6.71. Wow, what a start for North County. They have gone out of the blocks absolutely racing. Certainly a lot faster than Pembroke did. If we look at the worm.
You knew what you were setting up there.
Oh, I knew what I was setting up there. And they are slightly above Pembroke. And Pembroke, of course, had lost a wicket at this stage. So they're ahead of the worm at the moment. But the acceleration for Pembroke was gradual as King and Hogan put on 248 for the 4th wicket. Summit Kumar now, again from the St John's End. that's a much better ball. It's really made the batsman play, and he just tried to leave it at the last minute and managed to do so. It's raising across him, and that was bringing the slips into play, that's for sure. Nice bit of lift for Kumar there, causing difficulties for the batsman. Another flashing blade outside the off stump. He's trying to punch it away through point. And instead, all he's doing is waking up the slips because they are waiting for an opportunity. And change in the field as Noah Smith goes to mid-wicket. And Max Collins in the well-known fielding position, deep gully. Another good ball from Kumar. He really is causing problems for North County at the moment. He seems to have found a length and a line against this batsman, letting him get through to the keeper.
You notice I set the camera wider today.
No.
Not a lot wider, but a bit wider. I knew it was going to end up getting moved.
See, I didn't see the pictures yesterday. Oh, an expansive drive. He's getting him forward into that drive shot, and this one flying past the edge and straight into the keeper's gloves. David Cosgrave, the man with the gloves today. He has two slips beside him. He has a man at third, man, well, just in gully, and somebody at point, extra, and mid-off. That's the offside field. On the leg side, well, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Well, that's a much better over for Pembroke. That's a maiden for Kumar. And that really puts the run rate back to where it started, 6.8. Well, that's a much better over from Samit Kumar. A maiden for him. Gets a smile. He's down fielding at third man. Oh, one flashes past Danny Hogan in the gully. They managed to get a single. The left-hander now will be facing. But was that a chance? No, I think it just went too wide of the fielder. It's the sort of thing that wakes you up on a Sunday afternoon. Well, 21 on the board already. This is the fourth over, just about to begin. Went for 15 in his first. Now, Guram, he's bowling to the left-hander.
A bit wider because I knew it would move, and then
Well, it clips the pads, it runs away for 4. Oh, you just missed the two lads. it's a very good example of why you should keep your eyes wide open in a cricket match. The ball, no matter where you are on this ground, the ball can find you at any time. I mean, you'd often think that being behind the wicketkeeper would keep you safe. But sometimes that just isn't the case. Nearly crashing into the two lads down at the bottom of the net. That's super fielding down at fine leg. Right-hander back on strike. Eight off this over so far. Inauspicious start for Guram. This time, batsman not getting his timing right as it just trickled out to the fielder and finishes the fourth over. And the score now, 28 for the loss of no wickets. They are ahead of the run rate, but it's a bit early to be worrying about such things, so we won't. But Mubin, one of the three North County players not to bowl in the first innings, well, he's obviously here as a specialist batsman, and he's proving it now. He's on 17 off 13. Good ball. He is trying to edge that one down to third man. He succeeds on this occasion. Well, an absolutely magnificent landmark reached by a Pembroke player, Colin Kavanagh, playing his 600th game for Pembroke. Colin, who first joined the club in 1738.
Johnny don't be here for 100 years.
Johnny Bell had only been here a couple of decades at that stage. But no, in all seriousness, what a great landmark for Colin Kavanagh. There is a super picture of him on the Pembroke Twitter page, him and his daughter, as he celebrates that landmark. Many congratulations to him. Another one, the batsman has tried to flay through the offside. On this occasion, the fielder was up to the job. Looks like it was Max Collins. Well, he's gone big, he's gone high. It's Dale McDonough as if he can get there, and he couldn't. Couldn't quite get there. Chance down. But it wasn't so much a drop catch as did the right person go for it. So you can see with the way that the North County batsmen are chasing down this target of 3-4-2, 3-4-3 for victory. Well, here it is. He gets underneath it and lifts it. And, well, that's the replay. That's the end of the over. The score is now 31 without loss after that chance. And I'm going to call it a chance. It fell to ground.
I think we'd have been celebrating quite a lot if he'd taken it.
Oh, it would have been a super catch if he'd taken it. But he didn't. The score remains 31 for naught off 5 overs. Goran now into his 3rd over. Good bit of pace. Good line, good length. Getting the batsman just to play forward to it. This one goes down the leg side. It'll be called a wide. It evades the dive of the keeper. And it's Centurion Christopher King who does the chasing down, but doesn't stop. North County adding 2 to their total. Pembroke side quite quiet in the field today. Certainly in the not the amount of chirp that was going on in the first innings. Nice pick up and field by Tucker. Just hear a bit of chatter between the players. I did think of asking you yesterday for the ref link. At least then you'd have had some sort of commentary on the first half. Obviously, we'd have switched it off as soon as Charlie arrived.
Not even here.
Nicely clipped off his feet. The fielder down in the corner does a super job. Well, they're not hanging around to these North County players. Very keen to get on with the job. Just played down to Danny Hogan at gully. Score's slipped on to 36 now. Oh my word! Well, I'd call that a chance. A chance of breaking a finger. That came back at it at the bowler so very quickly. I think he did well to get his hand out of the way. His natural instinct was to go for the catch, but by golly, it was like a bullfighter in old Madrid. He just pulled his hand out of the way. It's a full-blooded hit, and to get your hand out of the way. The umpire scatters. Well, that's a very firmly struck 4. And I stick by my bullfighting analogy. It's all right, you won't be on camera. Unless you want to be on camera. Well, you're certainly Well, it's all happening here. Summit Kumar. So that's a fine delivery from Kumar. Makes everything a bit bigger, doesn't it? Well, that 4 that was struck off Guram, that was travelling at some speed, I tell you. The bowler's natural instinct just to stick his hand out in the hope that the ball might stick. Well, it would have done more than stick. It would have stuck, crushed and splintered bone, I suspect. Oh, that's tough on Samet. Getting that one through to the keeper. He is naturally swinging it away from this left-hander. Obviously, to right-handers, he can be absolutely devastating with that in-swinging Yorker. But to the left-hander, he's moving it away. He's got 2 slips in place and that gully. We'll be expecting to see action there, all right. Oh, it's a big swing. Well, that could have gone anywhere, could have done anything. At best for Pembroke, it could have just come off the bottom edge of the bat and careered into the stumps. From a North County point of view, it could have left the ground with such velocity that, well, air traffic control would have been interested. And again, yes, it brought everything into play. Good ball, Samit Kumar. He seems to be finding a rhythm now. I do think the second slip is on the batsman's mind. He'd love nothing more than to just take one at its height and just steer it down towards the clubhouse. Let the pace of the ball do the work. But at the moment, well, Kumar bowling very well. This one takes the edge. It does fly to that second slip, and if it wasn't in his mind before, it certainly will be now. Low down on the bat, just dropped before it got to Danny Hogan at second slip. But this is an interesting over, and this is an interesting part of the game. This one's in the air. They will get a single. They're looking for 2. Well, read your own story into that one. I might just mute Dougal for a moment, and Hamish. Not because of anything that we might hear on the ground. Well, in fact, exactly because of something you might hear on the ground. Well, that's most unfortunate for North County. They're going to be very disappointed with that. They see that. They see that. And here is the replay of the wicket. It's a shot. It's a nice shot. It goes off. They complete the first. Now, batsman number 10, that's Ubeam. He's a long way, and he passes the line a long way, and then he tells his colleague to go back, and his colleague is just ignoring him all the way. And the question is, who's out? Does he leave his ground?
Well, you're going to make me show the bit of the first one again, aren't you?
Well, this is the ball being chased down, and it's a super job done there. I believe that was Noah Smith. And he turns on the throw, and the jump throw goes back towards first base, so to speak. and he comes out. I think Mabim is the player out. But either way, Pembroke won't mind. 42 for 1. And suddenly, with the fall of that wicket, I can inform you that North County now need 301 from 43 overs at exactly 7 and over. 7 and over, that's, I think you're more likely to do 10 overs at 5, 10 overs at 6, 10 overs at 7, and 10 overs at 9, and that will get you there.
Think it's going to happen?
No. I think they're going to go off at 10s and 12s, and they're going to bring that run rate down, but they're going to lose wickets. The risk-reward is such that they will do what they can. No, I'm done. Are you done? Well, that one going through. Oh, that comes awkwardly off Dave Cosgrave, and Chris King, the reflexes of a cat. Certainly the reflexes of a man who wasn't out last night until 3 in the morning. Wow. The sun has broken through once more. The wind has changed to an easterly wind. Bit of a sea breeze, one suspects, but the clouds are clearing. Wow, that excellent reflexes from Chris King, because that was headed for face fill.
Yep.
Population splat. But on this occasion, his reflexes saved him. Just nicely played, forward defensive shots. Ash Jane bowled well in the first innings. Now he comes in at number 3 after the most. Oh, you could see it after the first run. One of them would run the run very quickly, the other one hadn't. And as a result, the guy who was ahead,
Thinking he was going to get run out. Oh, the 1.
he ran fast on the 1, turned and went for the second, not noticing that, well, really, his partner was running in the same direction at that stage when he turned. And, well, he was left with no choice. As the ball was thrown in by Noah Smith with that jump throw, it was fabulous stuff. It is the sort of stuff, and I wish Charlie had been here for it, because it is the sort of stuff that you would see at baseball, where a third baseman will grab a ball and jump and throw at the same time to get it across. How they get that much power into their arms without a solid base is just amazing. This one a bit shorter. Sorry, I'm not concentrating. Max Collins now, having bowled 5 balls of this over. We're so busy talking about other things. All right, he's generating a good pace. Well, this one played away on the offside. You wonder how affected Mubin will be by that run out, or will he just shake it off and carry on his merry way? Always difficult when you're involved in a run out like that. Get your mind back onto the innings. Just hear the sound of nature there on the ground mics. Even song. Quite beautiful, really. Well, slight delay in play, but I just thought I'd leave you for a few moments there, just so you could hear the bird song. The bird song interrupted only by the noise of cricket. The beautiful sunshine out on your pictures. Shadows starting to lengthen now, but sure, we've another fortnight before we reach the longest day. June 21st stroke 22nd. No wonder it's the longest day. It takes 2 days. Yay. Certainly getting bright early these mornings. Certainly know of at least one Pembroke player or ex-player who may have seen dawn. There's a cloud up there right now, just over the clubhouse now, that is just like feathers. Sumit Kumar. Good delivery, good line, good length. Getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates. And the loss of that wicket certainly has slowed the response from North County. Yeah, that cloud just over the edge of the clubhouse just shows you how serenely beautiful it is today. And you wouldn't think we were 2 miles away from the centre of a European capital city. People sitting up along the wall, they're having the lulls and the chats and discussing their weekend and their week ahead. Hear the buzz of a bee somewhere. Luckily on this occasion it's just one.
A swarm on the Dougal.
A swarm on the Dougals would be impressive, but hearing it twice. There we go. Safe pair of hands from the captain this time. He got a chance to steady himself. Looking clearly up into the sky, hands cupped. The ball coming to rest safely in the palm of his hands. And that's 2 wickets down. And again, I really think that Mubin his concentration was disturbed by the run out. And it may have contributed to his downfall. Although, of course, bowler and captain will stress it was the delivery and the safe pair of hands that sees him away. So he heads back, and suddenly North County 46 for 2. Samit there, he's got the teapot ready, but on this occasion it's only a launch pad for the Y. M. Oh, go on, do a C. Go on. You can see this time Dale McDonough really well set, hands extended. That is from a textbook, as opposed to his shot which led to his dismissal, which was more from a cookbook. 46 for 2. North County is still 297 away from their target. Once again, wicket has fallen on the last ball of an over. I'm sorry, the groundsman, who is the captain, is remarking the line. Well, isn't that kind and generous of him? I suppose he wants to give the umpire the least possible doubt. If the line is redone, he's now going off the ground again. The next batsman has arrived. And bowler number 8 meets bowler number 4 or 5. And they are batsmen. 4. Oh, no, 3 and 4. 4 and 5 would have been kind of cool. Well, here's Massetti. He fell for 4, 21 balls, and he was the victim of the run-out. Noah Smith getting the credit in the scorebook anyway. And Dale McDonough catches Mohammed Mubin, who scored 26 off 24. He went off like a train, and he scored 5 fours. But now, well, it's Jane and Paul who are batting. Oh, your figures. Ah.
Going good.
1 for 12 off 5, including a maiden. You don't often see that in a test match. None of the players go up to the commentary box and say, "Can I see my figures?" But Samir Kumar, he came over. He's quite happy that he has 1 for 12. And now it will be immortalised on YouTube forever. Max Collins. Nicely driven. Ash Jane. So the first wicket fell at 42, the second at 46, and the last ball of the 7th and the last ball of the 9th. Now, Ashish Jan. It's not just Ash. Ash is just what's on the back of his shirt. But on the scorecard, he's registered as Ashish Jan. And Agnibish Paul is at the other end. Oh, that's beautifully clipped away. Collins on this occasion, he strayed onto the batsman's pads and he just clipped it away. Flick, really. And the outfield here, well, it's been getting quicker and quicker all summer. And that one flew away to the boundary. A little bit of a downhill over there. Would have countered any friction it was losing. Oh. Yep. Oh, no, I wasn't. Now, back to the match centre. How are the ones getting on? 102 for 4. Halfway through their overs, chasing 247. Well, it depends who the 4 are, I feel. We'll check in with that later on. This time, well, Ashish, he's smashed that one to the boundary. He bowled well. Good all-round cricketer. Well, as well as the sound of the birds now, and the sound of the cricketers, we also have the sound of the... I was going to say barking, but that was a little whelp. Well, another over completed. 40 to go, 10 gone. I'm going to assume that the umpires are going to take the same 2 breaks they did in the first innings. Well, Unsurprisingly, Kumar being kept on. He'll want to improve on his 1 for 12 off 5. This could be the last over Dale lets him have for a while. Well, that one nearly sneaking through. There was nearly a massive appeal for LBW there, but on this occasion, well, the inside edge of the bat definitely saving in there. Content little crowd sitting up the wall now, watching this fascinating game of cricket. Rooney Murphy now, named as the bowler. I think we have a scorer to thank to that. Oh, you've put up the live score from the other game. I have my producer to thank for that.
No, it's gone at the minute because I've done something. But I should have it.
That one's just played away down to third. Very gentle shot. No particular rush for these batsmen now. So what happened to the batsman who did try to rush? So 105 for 4 is the score out in the hills.
Oh, there's the right one. Yeah, okay.
And the 25.2 overs gone, and Pembroke require
Oh, that's what I've done. Okay.
5.64 and over. Pierre Kotaka, he's just recently back from abroad. He's batting with McDarragh Cosgrave.
It's not meant to stay like that.
Very confusing looking at one scorecard
Yeah, that's not.
in the middle of another game.
I moved the wrong one.
I thought you might have moved the summary across. There's the return of our game. 55 for 2 now. 2 balls left in this over. You've got 2 the same now. You know that?
Oh, why does it keep doing that? Yeah.
This one hits the pad. Kumar looks at the umpire sort of in a sort of inquisitive way more than anything else. I think he realised it was pitching outside leg. Wasn't going to waste the umpire's time by actually appealing. But you can do more than ask with your words. Batsman and umpire conversing. Perhaps they want to know how the firsts are getting on. Well, that's driven straight back at the bowler. He gets down to it, but it's a dot ball and Pembroke will like that. It's pushing the scoring rate, well, the asking rate certainly much, much higher. They're now over 7 1/3. So every over like that, 2 were scored on that over. That's a definite win for Pembroke, even without taking a wicket. 13 runs conceded, 1 wicket taken, 6 overs bowled. Our information service. Oh, yeah, Max Collins just slipping down the leg side there. The batsman unable to catch up on it.
Giving up on that for a minute.
Well, 57 for 2 here. We're in the 12th over. Is that the only background layout thing that cricket clubs works with, or? Again, I'm only asking questions because I have no idea.
It's kind of the only way it works,
Okay.
I think.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering if anyone else had designed a better
What do the live scorers use?
look to it.
Oh, yeah.
But no, it's good. It's got the club flags on both sides. Oh, he did his best to get something on that somewhere. Max Collins very unlucky there not to pick up his first wicket. He's into his 4th over now. Doing a good job for his skipper.
It could be tweaked. I'm betting that's cricket Leinster blue. I can't be arsed to do anything.
Yeah.
Well, okay. No fun. Not for now. So why it's not letting me.
He gets a bit of bat on that. It runs down to the fence. It's going to cross the rope without hindrance. 4 more for North County. They're underway again. Just 2 wickets down. Now, don't forget, Pembroke were 41 for 3. So one might almost say that North County are ahead at the moment. Picks another wide up for that. 6 off the over. Now, 6 of them have been extras. Remember if you want to. I'm not going to say it's interesting or even quite interesting, but Pembroke, of their total of 342, 42 of them were extras. Beautifully played away, but no run there as it goes straight to the fielder. Noah Smith covering behind, but there really was no requirement to. Clean pickup. Tucker it is, who now strides out to the fence. Next Collins. His run-up just didn't look right there. He felt it. He knew it. It's almost like he started on the wrong leg. It happens. Getting a bit of sunlight reflecting on one of the windows in the dressing room now. Back down to our commentary position. Quite distracting. Afternoon. Oh, gentlemen, I have to ask the question. You, was it? I'm not naming you. We didn't name you at the time. We won't name you now.
In fact, one of them, but only one of them just snuck into the camera there, is not a comment.
No. No.
Couldn't avoid them.
So Max Collins, he's finished his 3rd over. 12 without loss. Give that over to North County. It's like a heavyweight bout, isn't it? So first goes in one way, then the other. Now, in an interesting development, Captain Dale McDonough. He's keeping Samit Kumar on at the St John's end. Left arm over, of course, one of Niall's least favourite bowling positions.
Well, the longer they've kept it, the better. If I bothered moving the camera.
What you didn't want was 10 one-over spells into Sirs.
And left-hand, right-hand batsman with them changing.
Yeah. That's when you...
Why it's wider.
And that's when you motorise your sight screen, or just get a bigger one. Well, he's used Summit's own swing against him there. and it beats the diving Ethan Clark down at the pavilion bar door. Went down for it, but in reality, it was Samet's line that let the batsman just push that round the corner. Sun now out from behind the clouds again, certainly on that window. Again. He's just searching for, needs to push his line across slightly, get the batsman playing at it. Wouldn't be a bad idea now, throwing a cross seam one that doesn't come back into the, batsman. Just goes across him towards those slips. Oh, that's exactly what he does. He gets an edge, but it just runs down to third where Max Collins does the fielding. That's a much better ball from Samet. Just watching this coaching lesson that's going on in the net behind me. You're probably picking up a few words of it. Good evening, Nicky Bell. Good evening, Rafe. Shoelace is undone, mate. This time it's the full toss. He dispatches it. It's gone a long way. It's crashing into the fence. 4. And the score creeps higher. That's the end of the over. And with 13 overs gone, we'll just have a quick look. You can see that last over or so. That line for North County, very definitely above the Pembroke one at the moment. They are with their noses in front. Thank you. Cracking shot. Oh, that's a drive. That is a drive and a half. It's the sort of shot where you expect the batsman to still be in the pose by the time they get the ball back. I wonder if Ian McElwain was watching. He used to hit a glorious cover drive and hold the pose. This one, good ball from Collins, dug out well by the batsman. Honours even. 78 for 2 now. Just to let you know about that run rate, or do you care? Let's give it an over or so, shall we? Tell you what, I'll tell you about the run rate when it either goes below 7 or above 7.5. So until then, you can assume it's around there. Well fielded. That's the first motor car I've heard for a while. Like, it's such a lovely day. We're not hearing the ones on the Strand Road. You may just be able to hear a rumble in the background, I suppose, if I really listen carefully. Oh, that's beautifully lifted over the circle, but there is a fielder out in the boundary. The mulleted Tucker. Well, fine stop by him. Fine pickup. Well, did I hear an appeal on a wide there?
Maybe.
Wow. That's a good ball from Collins. Slight change of pace. Could there be another run out? No. Well, another over drips by. Score has moved on to 80 for 2. 14 overs gone now. And by my calculations, and by the calculations of cricket clubs, there are 36 overs to go. 80 for 2. Puts them ahead of certainly where Pembroke were in terms of runs and wickets. Slight delay in play. Change of bowling now.
Oh, are we getting the side speed? Here we go.
Well, this is going to throw our pitcher off now. Oh, seasick. Wobble, 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 wobble. Oh, it's gone way off to the edge. Oh, my goodness. There's no way you can call that in line. No, they're coming back a bit. Oh, there they've stopped. Watch this space. See what happens.
Looking where it would appear.
So you can actually put text on there.
Oh, that.
So I could put my phone number up there and the rest of the world would then know my phone number. That's not very smart, is it, Craig? Oh, it's in the air. It's been popped out there. The captain is there again. He takes another catch. Well,
Just about nothing.
well, there you go. Just lifted it up. Dermot Dunner was underneath it, and he took the catch. And now you kind of need to take that text off. Wow. That was an unfortunate shot, but it was a fine catch and nothing more than Pembroke deserved. They've been slowly pegging back, and now they have them 3 down, and we know that from 3 down, Pembroke went on to score an extra 248 runs before they were 4 down. Well, it's there, it's played up in the air. He's just not got any power into that shot at all. He's got underneath it, and there's the bowler's reaction. Here it is, the actual catch.
That's Dale having already caught it.
Well. Oh, they're going to want the screen moving again. You've got a left-hander and a right-hander. You're going to have to excuse us whilst our TV picture slides from left to right, depending on... That's pretty good at the moment. We'll take that. No point in upsetting that apple cart. Wait until it's really bad, then we'll send you out there in all weathers, he says, with the sun blazing down. Oh my word. Very good bowling. Dragging the left-hander across. On this occasion, the umpire thinking that's going to miss the stumps. And can you put two different cricket club things on at the same time?
Yeah, but I'll have to set it. I meant to set it up beforehand.
Okay, that's interesting. That is
Wasn't working,
interesting.
so I gave up trying to do it live. I don't have to mess too much.
So wicket and 2 dots. This is a fine over for Pembroke. Oh, Craig, you're going to spoil it all. Jinx it. And wide is given. The even song of the local bird population continues. It's kind of cute. It's kind of nice. Pembroke flag fluttering in the slight breeze we have. But at the moment, the place looks gorgeous. You can just feel that early evening. The shadows. Good ball. Very good ball. This was an M&S ball. Oh, and now he's taken one to the body. This has been a very good over. It's young Johan George, who's in with Paul. There's a little bit of urgency in the Pembroke side now. You sense that they are enjoying their cricket out there. They feel like they've really doing a good job with North County today. They've taken wickets when they've needed to. Now, in fairness, one of the catches, very simple out to Dale McDonough. The other one, well, that run out. Dale with 2 catches, Noah Smith with 1 run out. It's been a busy 15 overs. And I suspect we'll have one more now before drinks. Did you move it?
No.
Because they're at the other end, so I thought that was the best way of doing it, would be that you'd move it the foot it needs to go. And they might leave it there then. Well, any banging noises you hear in the background is another game of Stumpy. Stumpy over the years has been the breeding ground for many a fine cricketer. The reflexes and the eye-hand ball coordination it develops really is quite unparalleled in any other sport. You don't see a tennis player playing with the handle only. So, a change of bowling now at the nursery end, and it's D. Tucker, who'll be bowling his left arm over. Left arm over, of course, being his action. Left arm orthodox. That's lovely ball to start. Plenty of air on that one. Now the question is, how patient will the North County batsman B when Tucker is bowling with flight and guile. He's got that one to turn, the batsman going onto the back foot. Putting him onto the back foot is taking away all his power. Another good length. This time the batsman just throwing a pad out there at it. Again, a risky strategy with this type of bowling. If he gets one to turn back sharply, you could very easily be looking at a no shot played LBW. Oh, he's just cut that one away behind square on the offside. Udin fields it, but not before they get two. Well, that's exactly what Tucker wants. He wants to bowl to George now. Well, this over should be the one that sees us through to drinks. Oh, it's short. It's pulled away down towards us. Oh, well done by Samit Kumar. Football of the highest order. Can't stop them taking three. It was a nice shot. And now the right-hander.
Hasn't reached you yet, has it?
No, just on my hand. It's nice on the back of my hand. Just one ball left in the over. A lot of preparation for it. As I say, I suspect drinks will be taken after this. As Tucker comes into the right-handed batsman. He just plays out at it. The umpires call over. And no drinks yet. Well, I did say to you, I wouldn't talk about run rate unless it went below 7 or above 7.5. And it has just crept above 7.5. That's the last update for now. If it goes below 7 or above 8, we will let you know. 16 overs gone, 34 to go. 256 runs more required by North County. And 7 wickets for Pembroke. Bless you. Big swipe by George. I think it went past the keeper. He was, well, should we say, too close to react to that. That was amazing. Pembroke chasing the hills, 247, and now 137 for 5 off 31.2.
So 101 off.
Go on, 101 off what?
Was it 15? 35 overs, so 15 overs.
It's just over 6 and over. It's by no means impossible if somebody gets in or if somebody is established.
Twist.
There we go. You're going to have to do it yourself. Punched away on the offside. There is a fielder out there on the fence, and why wouldn't there be? And it does go past everybody. I think that's the first run he's conceded off the bat, to be honest. And that's not one of those, to be honest, and then you tell nothing but lies. He's not a politician, to be honest.
Too far. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Bit left. Look at the screen. Screen.
Well, just checking in with the staff. Doing top work at bringing these pictures to you. Serene Sunday afternoon in Sydney Parade. Well, that'll be a wide down the leg side. Oh, he's gone down the leg side again. This time the keeper hasn't been able to take it. They'll get through for a bye. That will add 2 to the total. And they're closing in on their first 100. And we're off again. Well, the sooner we get 2 right-handed batsmen and a right-arm over bowler, the better, if you ask me.
See, now you know the screen.
As you may have guessed, that main camera that brings you those high shots of the wicket itself is attached to the sight screen. So obviously as they move the sight screen, it does move the camera. Gives us these slightly less straight views.
I don't think anyone's going to be brave enough to lift and move the camera yet.
No, that's your job. But you see, as we get close to the middle, there we go. That's pretty perfect for us as well. Thank you very much. It's close enough at the moment. Oh, that's good bowling. Just looking for that outside edge. He's hoping just to catch the batsman unawares. Unable to do anything but guide it into either slips or the keeper's hands. Oh. Gets away with that one. And with that, the players have taken drinks. And so if you'd excuse me for a moment, will they take on liquid? Well, after a short drinks break, Pembroke eager to get out there and get on with it. And it's Tucker to continue now from the nursery end. Well, you can see North County are keen to take any runs they can. Each dot ball increasing that run rate required. You see it on your screens. No need for me to shout it out. This one is hit along the ground. No run taken. This one's short. It's smashed up towards mid-on. Beats the fielder, finds the boundary, adds 4 onto the total. Suddenly all the good work of the first 2 balls undone with the third. Six o'clock is rung. More Sunday sounds, church bells. You really would think you're in the countryside and not in the middle of Dublin City. This one is a full toss and it's cracked out onto the leg side where the captain will do a bit of fielding. This game very much there for Pembroke to emerge victorious. Good ball from Tucker, plenty of flight. He really is trying to encourage George to take him on. This time he goes back to play one. It thuds into the keeper's gloves before he can get an edge onto it. But one feels that Tucker is really looking forward to bowling to the left-hander again. Well, no change either at the St John's end. I didn't. We'll continue. "18 overs gone now. The score 98 for 3, and North County about to cross the 100 mark. They'll be looking to do it sooner rather than later. Going for a fuller length, doesn't quite work for him, slips down the leg side, adds a wide, but gives him another chance to deliver the ball he wants to, not the ball he did. Going down leg, it's going down leg. No way was that out. Oh, it's going down leg. Well, he's enticing the drive. That's what he wants to do. A lofted drive to nestle into the hands of the captain for his third catch. Maybe. Lovely and bright at this time of the evening. 6 o'clock, the sun's still high in the sky. It may not last long, but these 17 hours of daylight they're great. Of course, the converse, equally true. It's up in the air. Oh, and it's been put down. Summit Kumar, never really in control of that, always trying to move backwards, was never steady. And he's got away with that one, the batsman. Sight screen moving again.
Can you please mark it? Put a mark on the ground.
Thank you. Good bowling. Good bowling, not letting the batsman get away. 100 is up now for North County. Just 243 more to go. And they've got there in the 19th over. So they're going along at a good old rate, but the trouble is, even at the good rate they're going, well, the required rate has been just creeping up a little. That's another over done, just the 2 off it. And that's very definitely a Pembroke win. You know, an over rate of 7 from here for 31 overs. Yeah, that's very possible. An over rate of 9 from 31 overs, it starts to get tricky. An over rate of 12 for 31 overs, downright impossible. Ah, Mr. McCarthy, good evening.
Good afternoon, how are you, sir?
Very good, thank you.
Just back from the hurling.
Yes?
Kilkenny and Galway.
What a finish.
What a finish. We were 2 points up, came over,
Yeah.
and they nicked a goal. I couldn't believe it. Gutted.
Well, them's the breaks. That's
Yeah.
sport, isn't it? That's sport.
25,000 people turned up at first.
How many?
25,000.
Well, Leinster final. I mean, Leinster rarely win the All-Ireland, so for most of those players, I'd have thought the Leinster final would be the big one.
I would have thought so too, yeah.
Yeah.
It's time for a refreshment.
2 centuries. Danny Hogan and Christopher King. Steve McCarthy now on the ground. Anybody who fancies a pint, Steve's in the chair, if you can get down here in the next 5 minutes. Played away on the offside, they will take a single. And that will give Donica what he wants. A couple of balls to bowl at Johan George. Caused him problems in the last over. Changing the field. Dale comes into the circle. The batsman signalling the sidelines for the sight screen to be moved. Similar problem at that sight screen. Somebody marking where it's going. Oh, there's a throw. And he's gone. He is absolutely sold down the river by his partner. He headed off for a run that wasn't there. His partner never left his ground, but left it late to say no. He only said no when he noticed that his partner was running towards him. And at that stage, he could not turn and get back, and he is run out, and that's another wicket. And Pembroke now have North County 105 for 4. Well, that's most unfortunate for North County. It's certainly for Johan George. He may not have been enjoying the bowling of Donakataka, but here it is. It heads off, and his partner says no there. And look how far down the wicket he is. There's no way he's getting back in time. David Cosgrave just whipping off the bails as soon as the ball arrived. They're almost as good as a direct hit, but he's played it away. He thinks there's a run there. His partner was thinking of it and came a couple of steps down, but then he stopped before saying no. If he'd said no first, then perhaps, just perhaps, he could have got back. But that's a run out. Pembroke won't mind where they come from. They'll just mind that they've taken their chance.
If I don't go that far, that was easy done.
Well, there's a couple of the North County players discussing the run out. Well, that's another over done. Certainly a bounce in the step of David Cosgrave now after that run out. Collected the ball beautifully and whipped off the bails. Just had his hands in exactly the right position and the ball came perfectly to him. So, 20 overs in, 105 for 4 on the board. They are scoring at over 5 and over. And that is not a bad scoring rate to be going at here in Sydney Parade. That's just kept out by the batsman, and rather wisely too. That's nicely played away. Again, another dot ball though. This one going wide, called wide by the umpire and undoubtedly recorded as wide by both the scorers. But I don't know the name of the North County scorer, but I can assure you that the Pembroke scorer, Graham Mooney, is doing his usual fabulous job. He's the only man I know who spends more time in this ground than Noel Walsh. Nicely played away on the offside. Graham gives freely of his time, whether it be coaching or umpiring or scoring, and on occasion even in here in the commentary box. Yes, and a fabulous caught and bowled yesterday. This one's another wide. They're going to run an extra as well. That's 2 onto the score. Summit will be back later, but yes, you can. Right arm over to right-hander. Through to the keeper. Yes, 2 right-handed batsmen again now. As soon as you move it, they'll move the sight screen. Powerful shot from Rafe. Game of Stumpy continues in the nets. Another one lifted. Oh, Dale McDonough was close to that one as well. Could he have got that? He's wondering if he could have. That was, well, if not definitely a chance, it wasn't far off a chance. Well, there's no way that where I'm sitting right now would ever be described as the Windy City. This is calmness personified. No breeze. Clouds just hanging in the sky. How does it all stay aloft? This is another philosophical questions. Tucker continues from the nursery end now. He's applying the thumb screws here to these batsmen. He's gone for 15 in his 19 balls. Another one, another dot ball. Well, I told you. I'd tell you when the run rate went above 8, and it certainly has done. This time they come through for the bye. Leg bye. Well, of course, is off tending to the high camera, the sight screen camera. This one just played back on the leg side, down to mid-on. Max Collins does the fielding. Yeah, Niall's been away fixing the camera, so that's why you're seeing this one camera shot at the moment. Well, Pembroke, in their pursuit of the hills, they still need well, 96. But they've only 2 wickets left and 14 overs left. So it looks like the first...
And Paul Lawson.
Okay.
Would you like to bet against them?
I'm not going to bet against them. If anybody could. We know that Joe has the sticking power of a barnacle. We saw that in the Irish Senior Cup against Brigade, and what a magnificent job he did that day. And Paul Lawson, sure, Paul's opened for the first. I think Paul is one of the few people who's batted in every position down the team. Well, that's just played away on the offside. It's another dot ball. And that run rate now, even since I last spoke to you, it's gone up by 2/10, which may not seem much, but in a Grand Prix, it's the difference between first and 10th. Pembroke patiently awaiting their chances. This is good play by Pembroke now. They're just taking the heat out of this game. 110 for 4. Maybe at the end of the over we might have a little look at the worm. Or the Manhattan. Or just a random pie chart. Why? Because I like pie. As in, he's doing a great job. This change bowling. He's got the keeper up to the stumps, and he's got the batsman not able to find him yet. He may be slipping in the occasional wide. Most of the time, he really is cramping the batsman for room. They're going to be looking for 2. Direct hit had him. Anything else didn't. Good throw in from the boundary, though. Might make them think twice before doing that again. Still 27 overs to go after this. Talbot done up. He's kept calm. He's made the bowling changes when and if he wanted to. Leading edge just pops up and pops down, and nobody really takes much notice. It wasn't near anybody. Nobody could get to it. It wasn't up long enough for anybody to get excited. Many thanks to those of you who are still with us with this viewing. I'm sure a few now have had to turn off their devices because of Sunday dinner. Impolite to watch cricket on your phone at the dinner table, I'm sure. Do you know, I actually thought Dale was calling for a taxi then. But of course, he was just moving Max Collins across the field and not searching for somebody to take him away from the ground. Another wide. And he's got a good line and length usually, but he does stray in line. But the good news is, he doesn't really stray in length. Ethan Clark it is who does the fielding down there at the pavilion. That sees the end of the over. .23 gone now. Score 115 for 4. And here is Le Worm. Well, it's nip and tuck at the moment, but you can see that, well, for a while now, the rate of increase on the North County line is not matching that rate of increase on the Pembroke line. And if they keep going on the way they're going to fall very quickly behind. Of course, the reason for that is that the space between the two blue dots, that's the stand of Danny Hogan and Chris King, and they both scored centuries, and they both did so at about run-a-ball pace. So it will be right up there. I see that captain of the force is back on the ground. I'm sure he'll be over in a minute to tell us about his day.
Afternoon. How'd you go, Gordy?
Well, Gordon Clark back on the ground, which means that Pembroke's fourth 11 have finished their job in Castle Avenue. And judging from the hand signals he gave me, which were family friendly, it looks like the Force may have had a victory out in Castle Avenue. Jack O'Riordan back as well. So Tucker continuing from the nursery end, about to conclude his over. It's been pretty uneventful. This one clubbed all the way down to long on. It's a single. Well, it in to continue. The run rate now required has actually jumped up as far as 8.65. It's time to say I won't tell you unless the first number changes again. If it goes to 9 or 7 point, we'll let you know, but it's going to take some hitting to get it to go downwards. And there's some hitting. Well, Ethan Clark doing some wonderful work down below. Certainly saving a run or two. Throwing himself on the ground to make sure he got there. Did a magnificent job. Well, that's good fielding from Ethan Clark. Just as his dad arrives on the ground, he gets a chance to show. Chance to shine. This time displayed away on the offside. It'll be a dot ball. All a bit quiet in the field, a bit quiet in the commentary box. But the wall is starting to fill up with late night viewers. He's really trying to play that past the fielder. He does enough to get a single. Can only be parried by Danny Hogan. Once again, loses his run up, does exactly the right thing. Don't deliver a ball you're not happy with. It will only end ugly. Uglily. Is that a word like bigly? Cracked away on the offside. It will just be a single out to the boundary. Evening, Eli. How did the fours go? What did you bowl them out for?
We didn't bowl them out. They got 156 for 7 or 48.
Okay.
And we chased it in 3
Who got the runs? How many did Bren get?
48. You got 48 as well.
So, by all accounts, a good win for the force in Castle Avenue. The Clark household will be a happy one this evening. Especially, I think your sister won as well today. So, wins all round in the Clark family. Many congratulations to them. And talking of the Clark family, what a segue into a replay. What a great stop by Ethan Clark. He makes an absolutely lovely stop, gets up quickly, picks up the ball in one go, in one hand, and gets it away to the keeper. He saved 2 runs there. And now Tucker back on. Just played away on the leg side. This dot ball. Start of this over. Runs required have slipped up to 8.8. I know that might not sound exciting to you out there, but to me, wow. ...220 runs away from victory, North County. Down to number 4 and number 6. They haven't quite yet decided how to go about this chase at the moment. They're just looking to survive, get themselves in, and wait for a bad ball. This time, Tucker gets away with it. 1, 2, 3 for 4. And the runs required has actually crept above 9 for the first time today. Oh, well dug out. Super delivery from Tucker. Really tossed it up there, right at the batsman's feet. He had to upset his balance to actually get his bat down on that, but get his bat down he did. And that's a fine, fine over from Tucker. Maiden. And after that, the run rate required has actually leapt to close to 9.2. And this is where that run rate will suddenly become an issue. And then North County will have to decide, do we just want to bat the overs for the practice? Or do we want to really chase down this total of Pembroke? I think at the end of the next over, we might ask Niall if we can see the worm again. Looks like Danny Hogan's going to come on. One man on the boundary in the offside and 3 inside the ring. And then on the leg side, we have 2 men inside. Mid-wicket. Square leg. And on the 45 inside the circle. Just played away on the offside. Delicately played down to third. They saw there was no third there. You can't plug every gap, can you? So they take 2 there. As we enter the second half of this innings, in terms of overs anyway. Just played away on the offside, dot ball. Now they need 1.5 every ball. Even singles are going to see that rate go up. Singles are now on Pembroke's side as well.
Meanwhile, out in the hills,
Go on.
it's going to be Pooey and Paul Lawson to take us home.
9 down.
73 off the last 10 or 74 or something like that.
Well, unfortunate for the first, but I think that's beyond them now.
It'll be memorable if it isn't.
Absolutely. We've seen stranger things before. Hogan just trying to push that one through a bit quicker. Another dot ball. 2 in a row now. Just 3 off the over. When you think that North County need 9 and over. Well, they're going to get to 4 anyway. With a bye. One, 2, 7 for 4. Yes, you can see now that North County line is definitely dipping well below the Pembroke one, and if it continues on the same path, the gap is just going to grow and grow. These two have really got to at least match what Pembroke was scoring at that stage. But at that stage, we had the free scoring Danny Hogan and Chris King. Whereas Paul here, he's on 3 off 22 balls. Sorry, Gold is on 3 off 23 balls, and Paul is at 35 off 46 balls. They really are going to have to think about accelerating soon. Yeah, no ball called. Free hit announced quite forcefully by the umpire. Could this be a big over for North County now? They have the free hit. They ran 3 on the no ball. So far off 1 delivery, they've 4 runs and a free hit. A free hit that becomes a dot ball. Well, he had a big swing at it. It was there for him, but he just couldn't connect. Too much effort. Not enough finesse. Lifted on the offside. Goes out to point. Samit Kumar does the fielding. No run. And if this is a dot ball as well, it really could be 9.5 and over required. Well, that's not going to change the rate much. They take a single. They needed a single and a half. How much does it change it by? 0.02 of a run per over remaining. Well, he tried to give that some air, and it was lifted over square leg. It's going to run away to the boundary, and that's the first boundary we've seen in quite a while. The one Ethan Clark fielded was close to a boundary, but his magnificent work pulled it back. That's the first boundary I remember seeing in quite a while. What about you, Noel? Am I right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. There you go. Happens occasionally. Will he try the same shot again? No, just pushes it round to the leg side this time. That's the over up. So, tell me if I'm wrong, but the umpires awarded 6 runs to Pembroke for slow over rate?
Somebody else said that earlier, but I didn't think it was.
And if they did, how did they do it? Did they make Pembroke 6 for none off none point none? Or do they add it on at the end? Or do they take it off or add it onto their score?
6 runs, 2 then.
Yes.
It was batted first, so it just goes on to the score at the end.
Okay. Danny Hogan really trying to get some revolutions on the ball there. A lot of effort in getting that ball to turn. Played away on the offside. Oh, don't run on a misfield, sir. Your partner will not thank you. And he will also sell you down the river. You will be gone as extinct as a dodo. This time tossed up by Hogan, just played out in the offside. It's another dot ball. They really are feeling the pressure now. All it takes is a few dot balls. They can't get it away. They can't pierce the ring. Four dot balls so far. He moves the fielder back to the fence at long off. Whereas Samit Kumar remains at mid on. Well, frustration for Danny Hogan. That one seemed to take a faint edge as it went through to David Cosgrave. He was unable to hang on. There is the Pembroke card from earlier on today. Extras 41 out of 342. And the North County bowling, well, the only bright spark there, 4 for 37 for a hard-working and bowled well Owen Graham.
I thought something would
Donna Kataka from the nursery end. Puts one in short, it gets cracked away on the offside, and well fielded again by Ethan Clark. He's putting in a terrific shift. He really is throwing himself around. He'll be delighted with how today has gone. Maybe he would have liked a few more runs. He is in the runs this season. But as far as his fielding is concerned, he's doing a fabulous job. .134.5 for 4. Donica Tucker now into his 8th over. I have to say, quite surprised, as economical as he's been, I'm quite surprised he hasn't got a wicket somewhere yet. This time he concedes a 4. He's looking for somebody else to go back. Will that mean bringing in somebody else into the ring? Doesn't matter. You only have 11 players and you've got 12 players worth of grass to cover. Setting a field is so much easier when you have 12.
Oh, before the last ball,
What was?
I just realised it was put on 6 penalty runs. I suspect that's just Crick Club saying that.
Okay. Still a further 204 runs required by North County. There's a bit of a delay. The ball seems to have gone under the covers and into the long grass. We know how difficult they are to find in there.
Do I have to go back and try and find where the ball went?
No. It's been found. It's making its way back. A lot slower than it made its way out there. Well, there are now 2 players out on that leg side boundary for Tucker. Just 1 player out on the offside through extra cover. Beautifully played, beautifully bowled. It's just beautiful cricket. Well, that's clever. They obviously saw that space, saw the space was there, dropped the ball into it and just take the single. Seems very good and handy, but truth be known, they need more than singles now. Required rate over 10, and there's still 20 overs to go. And that's over up for Tucker. He takes his cap and walks off to his fielding position. He's so unlucky not to have taken a wicket. Only 5 conceded in the over, and the run rate required has now gone above 10. And they've got to keep that up for 20 overs. That will be some assault on the bowling. Danny Hogan to continue now. One of the batsmen, I think, has changed his gloves. And I think that the 2 batsmen, having had words on the sideline, they're going to be thinking now that with 20 overs to go and 10 and over required, they need to press the accelerator and press it firmly. Well, that doesn't look like a shot of a man accelerating.
Still the score after 35? They need about 30.
Yeah, run a ball. As I say, it doesn't all have to be 10 and over every over. 6 runs onto the score, that will be a big help. That'll make him feel better. That brings up his 50. He's scored his half century now, Paul, unobtrusively. He's only taken 55 balls to get there. And he's just, do you know, that's the 3rd landmark we've seen brought up with a 6. The 200s in the first innings, both brought up by 6s, and now Paul has brought up his half century with a 6 over square. Danny Hogan getting through his over exceptionally quickly there. He bowled a couple off just a couple of paces. And now, with the final ball of his over, goes back to a longer run-up. And that lets the batsman just play it down to third where there is no fielder. Somebody has to cover who was in the ring. It's Max Collins. And that's the over up. And just the 8 off it. I mean, with a 6 off the second ball, it was possibly going to be a bigger over for North County. They just take 8 off that. Uh, 19 overs to go now. Well, bowled by Tucker. Skipper leading by example in the field. Really has done a good job in the field today. He's taken 2 catches. And on that occasion, definitely saved a 4. Well, they'll take the single. And that's 2 off. Again, captain leading by example, getting the ball back very quickly. Tucker into his 9th over now. Just 2 runs off 4 balls so far. Just 32. This one clips away. Erdin. He's the man to collect it and return it to the wicketkeeper. That one makes its way through to the fence. Cry of anguish from the fielder who just missed it. And with 9 overs gone now, Tucker has conceded just the 38 runs. And with 18 overs remaining, wow, North County need 187. And again, he'll be getting through his overs quickly. Right. Oh. Well, it burst past the fielder. He didn't know whether to go for the catch, the knockdown, the leg. He apologises to the bowler. 4 more onto the total. And 160 up now. It was just an awkward height. This one, however, should be taken, and is. Well, it wasn't too long before Paul just couldn't hold himself back. He had to start hitting big. He went looking for the big straight shot, but it came off the top edge of the bat. It flew up in the air, and Erdin, well, he's taken a fabulous catch there. He'll be pleased with that. Well, 160 for 4 now. Graham Mooney keeping the entire world up to date with what's happening. And Paul, well, his 57 came off 64 balls. There were 7 fours and just the 1-6. Strike rate of 89 wasn't quite what was required. But having lost the early wickets, he did exactly the same thing. Here is the wicket. It's a bit wide for him. He tries to go for cow corner slog. Instead, it shoots up on the offside. He decides to try and, well, had the batsman crossed? That's the question. But we'll leave that answer to the umpires. And you can see just...
There we go.
Well, he did everything he could, and everything was just enough. First catch taken by somebody not called Dale. Well, there have been 23 wides in this innings already, out of a total of 160. 38 of them are extras. And of those 23 wides, 13 leg byes, and 1 no ball, and 1 bye. Change of bowling now. Well, they've gone for spin again from where Dermot Tucker was, Donica Tucker was bowling earlier. And now they've brought on the magnificent fielding Ethan Clark. He'll be bowling leg spin to the right-hander. There are now 5 wickets down, and it's numbers 6 and 7 who are out there. Guel, well, he's on 13, but it's taken him 39 balls to get there. And Sood, well, he struggled with his bowling. Good start from Clark. Really tossing it up there to the batsman. You feel that, well, it's wickets they're looking for. Well fielded. Chris King doing a good job, keeps it to a single. That brings the new man onto face, and we'll see now how confident or otherwise he is. He was one of the players who was in the net behind me there earlier today, undergoing training. Going down leg is the umpire's decision. Well, I'm not going to disagree with him. It's very hard to see from here with the sun in your face, and
Judge off the fielders and everybody else.
I don't think anybody actually thought it was out. Well, he's gone big. He has just hooked that. It's all in the wrists. Very wristy. Almost a helicopter shot, but it's a fine shot, and it goes for 4. And if his intention is to bat like that, then I think we're either going to enjoy it or he'll be gone very quickly. Just got under that one, lifted it down to the trees at the Wheelfield Road end, just by Con's Nook. Oh, no, he's not going to want to watch that on the replay. Do you know what happened there? Because I do. He went to leave one, it bounced up, hit the absolute end of his bat. And by end, I mean the handle end. And then it ricocheted down onto his stumps. And that's the end of, well, Saoud. He's not had the greatest day on a cricket field. And at this point, the umpires have decided it's time for drinks. Clark gets his first wicket. The batsman gets bemused. You see him here, just leaves it, hits the absolute bottom and ricochets onto his pad and onto his stumps, and he departs for none. And now the score is 165 for 6. They require another 178. There are 16.2 overs remaining. And the run rate required 10.9. And I can only see that going one way from here on in. There is the bowling card. Sumit Kumar, 1 for 23. Sahib Udin, 1 for 25. Danny Hogan, 1 for 15. But the star in the field and the star with the ball in his hand right now, it's Ethan Clark with just 5 balls delivered, 5 runs conceded, but most importantly, he's taken that wicket. Well, that was a bit of a partnership before those two came together, but that was much shorter. If anything, you'd say that was just as short as the dismissal of Hogan and King after scoring their hundreds. And that worm for the North County seconds, well, it's just not as prominent. On this side, Mubin, well, he was involved in a run-out, and then he got himself out. Paul did very well to get to his half-century, but he was disappointed then to give Danny Hogan his wicket by getting him caught. And Johan George, well, he was unfortunate. I think 2 run-outs in those 5 wickets. And one has to think that that is not good for North County. It will be Daniel Mooney, according to the scorebook, next. However, we do know that those things change on a regular basis. So we'll wait and see who actually does come out. Just as the players do take drinks. There's the match summary. Pembroke having posted 342 for 7, including 6 penalty runs, which I think are included in the extras total of 41. Pembroke haven't been great on the extras either. They've given away 38 of them, but they've managed to restrict North County to 165 for 6. And there's just 16.1 overs to go. Run rate required, the last figure on your screen, 11.01. Well, they're all warm and getting a drink over at the pavilion. We're down at the media centre. We haven't quite got the beer line installed yet. There's the Manhattan for you. They have no Manhattans equal to the top 5 or 6, 7 overs that the Pembroke side had. Now, they've still plenty of overs to do, but it's going to be a dramatic change from what's come before. Their biggest so far is that, was it the 3rd over? 4th over? Second. Yeah. Well, that's the one time that North County were ahead, but now they're just dropping further and further behind. The players coming back now after their drinks. They're refreshed. Steve McCarthy not quite got round to dropping down a pint yet. 1993 was the 125th year celebration tour to Australia. Steve McCarthy was on that himself, along with a lot of very famous names. You want to see the picture of that touring team with its caption, Pembroke's 125th celebration tour of Australia in 1993. It can be found in the chapel, of course, being the entranceway to the bar, access from the wall, and used by such notable people as Simon Heaney. Well, play to resume. Clark still has 1 ball left in this over. He's looking for an extra fielder on the leg side. Feels he wants the protection. It's a left-hander, though, so we'll wait and see. Well, he's setting the trap. Well, field well spread on the leg side. It's in the air. There's a man after it, but he's not going to get there. It bounces twice before he gets there. But the pick up and throw, which was immediate from Dale, kept the runs to 1. That looks out to me. That's the great thing about cricket in the nets. You just pick up the stumps and you go again. 166 for 6 now. Lots of sixes in there. I'll give you a few more sixes. There's only 16 overs to go, and the run rate required is 11.06. Well, Danny Hogan's going to continue from the St John's end. Well, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. Hasn't asked for any movement in the screen. This one deflects off the pad, runs away. Eli Clark has gone straight into slip. Another dot ball, and you feel that this game is just slipping away from North County now. But rather than a big explosion of a bursting balloon, it's more the deflation without the noise. Well, this is in the air. Oh, Summit has dropped another one. Danny Hogan. He was safely in. The ball has run away. Everyone stopped and it's gone for 4. So, 5 runs. Summit Kumar puts down a second. Danny Hogan can't believe his luck. He's had 2 put down now. Well, one has to say, Danny Hogan, particularly unlucky today. 2 catches put down off his bowling, one that took the edge of the bat and flew through to the keeper who couldn't hang on. And this time, Summit Kumar, well, he just never looked comfortable under that ball. Well, Pembroke just letting that opportunity slip. This time he goes high, and on the leg side, it's going to go all the way, is it? And it does. 6 runs. Well, it looks like the North County batsmen have got the memo. It's taken them 41 balls to get to 14, or 40 balls to get to 10. But now, he seems to have got the memo. The run rate is over 11, has been for a while. Well, you get the feeling that D. Mooney, he's not going to wait. He's just going to take on the bowling at this stage. Summit will not want to relive that one. Throw was good, hit the stumps, but the batsman was safely in. Good throw. Unfortunately, the catch wasn't, and neither was the ricochet, as that ran away to the boundary, and that cost Pembroke another 4 runs. 5 coming off that ball, and the run rate does drop below 11 again. Can they get it to drop again? That's the 6, cleared the boundary, made it a very good over for the team from North County. Clark takes the pace off it. Fielder in the ring doing a good job, picking it up. Tucker there. Backing up his bowler. As indeed, Clark backed him up. This one's a bit shorter, played away on the offside again. They will take a single, and it will be just a single. Nothing to worry about there for Pembroke. Clark already with figures of 1 for 7. He just wants to create opportunities, create chances. He knows that this batsman is keen now. Mooney is not going to hang around. He is going to look for big shots. Can he pull this out of the fire for his side? 163 required, 4 wickets in hand. And even the number of overs is just clicking away.
On 35, it's easy.
Yep. It's the wickets that they've lost, though, that's going to cause them the problem. Very little leeway for this North County team now. Just 4 wickets in hand. They've got to go big, though. And he has. And it's a great piece of fielding. He may not have taken the catch, but Chris King has saved runs there. Magnificent piece of work. Got off the ground, got the ball back into play. Couldn't flick it up high enough to retake it. But he did save runs there, and that was a fine, fine bit of fielding. Well bowled by Clark, good comeback. Guel, he's on 16 off 44. Surely he's going to need to get on with it as well. Oh, he just edges that one past the keeper. There's nothing the keeper could do. There was no slip in place. Just a single because Mooney, he's on 13 off 7, and he's going to be keen to show what he can do to Ethan Clark. Well, that was the last ball of the over. He's bowled. Super work from Chris King. He's had a super day all round. If he bowled as well, you'd bring him on. And if you're going home his way, get him to buy you a lottery ticket. You know, he's living proof that good things happen to good people. Well, that one's just dragged down short. It's hit out to the square leg boundary. The catch is taken quite calmly. And that is now 7 down. Well, he knew he had to hit something, and at some time he picked the wrong ball at the wrong time. And as a result, he departs the scene. Danny Hogan picks up another wicket. Slight tactical change there. Dale McDonough being the one to come out to long on. Samet just laying left into the ring to save the single. Nice casual catch. And that's how it should be done. Minimum of fuss. Wicket down. Well, the batsman, he seemed to mark something then, and now he's asking for his guard. Captain Dale McDonough, he lies in wait down at long on now. Well, that one seemed to be going down the leg side and may have involved some bat or a glove or anything really. Certainly wasn't going to be out anyway. Venkatesh is the next man in. He's another guy who didn't actually bowl. Well, they're all expecting Mooney to go down the ground. Good try by the captain there to influence the umpire's decision, but... Oh, I have called you acting captain. Yeah. Well, this one is hit out towards the acting captain. 1 week only. Very special occasion to be able to see such captaincy in action. Learning a lot here today. No, me. You're just learning you don't want to be captain.
No, I've done a lot. I've happened a lot. Good win percentage ratio as captain.
I can well believe it. Led the side well today.
Stressful this morning when no cricket balls were left for me.
Oh, my word. Danny Hogan rolling his hand over the other way. Fooling the batsman. That's another over gone. 13 remain now. Runs required. Well, they're stubbornly high at 158, and the over rate runs required now has gone over to a ball. The only thing that's going to save North County here now is a flurry of boundaries. Do you know if they hit a ball a 4 every second ball now, from here until the end, they'd still lose? That's how tough this has become at over 2 a ball. Clark to continue from the nursery end. He's called a wide. That's the other way, of course.
I was about to say, they get wides with the forwards. Wides, no balls, like something else would kick in.
Oh, absolutely. Everything would fall apart if they started hitting every second ball for 4. Clark very unlucky there. You get the feeling Mooney is going to lose patience and not being able to hit Clark, and he's going to take one on. Oh, that's a super delivery. How did that not hit something on the way through? Well, if ever you wanted Snicko, that's the sort of place. And immediately Max Collins is going into slip. He's being directed by the keeper. Very narrow first slip. And there we go, the big swipe. It was coming. Mooney wants to deposit him into the clubhouse. That's where he's aiming, and that's just playing into Clark's hands. If he does get contact, there's 2 men down by the clubhouse. If he only cloths it, and this time he just decides to play it out on the offside. 2 to come in the over. Just that 1 wide conceded in this over so far. He's bowled beautifully as Clark. He's not been afraid to give it some air. This one goes for 4. A bit loose down the leg side. I suppose I shouldn't have been praising his bowling, but it's been praiseworthy. This is 3rd over. He's only gone for 14, and he did pick up that wicket, and he's also looked to have Mooney in all sorts of knots during this over. Another one down the leg side. Cosgrave go around for it. It's called a wide. They will swap ends. Mooney will get to face in the next over, he hopes. Clark now to bowl his final ball of this over. And even with it, 7 runs have come off it so far. 8 runs have come off it so far. So 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 runs. And just 1 ball remaining in this. Remember, Ethan Clark taking that wicket just before drink. In fact, causing the drinks break. Had to come back on and bowl 1 more ball. Tosses this one up, and the batsman pats it back to the bowler. And that's the over complete. 38 gone. The score is 192 for 7. Mooney again is still just above a run a ball, but he's having to be cautious. He's running out of partners. Just 3 more wickets now for the second 11 to take this game. And stand-in captain Dale McDonough will be delighted to hand back to PJ Joe Prendergast, JP, and a full 25-pointer. Now Mooney against Hogan. Hogan just turning it away from the left-hander. And Mooney just plays it out. You wouldn't think they needed more than 2 a ball now. Oh, I know you do. This one goes down the leg side, wide signalled. This is a thing that they're going to have to work on in training, the amount of wides today. There's the big one, it's high in the air. Nobody's going to catch that. It lands in front of all of the boundary riders. He didn't get nearly enough power on it. No, it just held up and fell safely to turf on the leg side, letting them take the single. Now for the right-hander. Field on the offside now. All inside the ring. Field on the leg side. Mainly outside. Well, this is one for Dave Cosgrove to chase down. He does. The right-hander gets off strike. And North County start to close in on 200. Still 148 behind at the moment. And Mooney's gone big. He's gone long. And it's caught. Super catch. Caught sideways on, not the recommended way, but he was safe as houses, and that's another wicket gone, and Mooney departs. Well, Mooney, who at least was approaching the chase in the right way, he was looking for the big hits. He knows that singles here and there aren't going to do it now. That's 8 down, 195 on the board.
Go, lads, let's go. Right-hander. Right-hander, let's go.
So there we go, gets rid of the left-hander. It was always going to come. He had to go big, he had no choice. Runs per over now, well, getting close to 13. Danny Hogan picks up another wicket. He was unfortunate earlier on, could have had a couple, one to the keeper and one put down. But as it is, his figures now 3 for 34 in this his 7th over. Now he could very easily end up with a 5-foot just by taking these last 2 wickets. The batsman, you feel, well, they know the position as it stands. They're not snookered, but they're pretty much behind the 8 ball, mixing up snooker and pool. Well, with 8 wickets down now, the tail ender's in. Danny Hogan feeling safe enough to just toss the ball up there and see what happens. Oh, that's too much. Batsman gets enough on it with a tennis shot. 4. It's a no ball as well for height. Danny Hogan will receive a warning for that. If does it again, he'll be off. Not that I think it's going to make much difference to the result here. It's a no ball and a free hit. Let's see what he does with this.
Well, Danny.
Well, this time, I don't know. I'd have thought so, just from that. Well, he powers it away on the leg side, but there is cover on the fence. There won't be any 2 there, he just gets 1 for it. And again, 3. Well, there's the change. Danny would have had 5 if catches had been taken, chances had been taken. But now it looks like stand-in Capitan, Dale McDonough is, well, he's pulling Danny Hogan off. looks like he's going to replace him with Sumit Kumar. Ethan Clark now being spoken to by the captain. And it's only a brief word of encouragement before the captain heads right down the end. He's gone the whole length of the pitch from deep long on to medium long off. Short, batsman gets underneath it, pulls it round, and that's going to be 4 runs. North County have passed the 200 mark now. 200 for 8, 202 for 8, now 206 for 8. There are just 10.5 overs remaining. One feels this will be Ethan Clark's last over before the captain returns to his openers.
He wants his bonus points.
He wants his bonus points. He certainly does.
He's not afraid of putting the commentators first on it.
Well, a late arm up from the umpire. The bowler had actually gone past him. Tossed up by Clark, and it's called a wide. You can see he's trying to give it some air. Oh, that doesn't work either. This time it's clubbed out to the leg side boundary again, but there is a boundary rider there, Noah Smith. Noah has a good arm. Noah a long way out there. It's not really a catching position, more a run boundary saving position. Ethan Clark is 4th over. Well, it's up in the air. There's a man, can't quite come forward to it. However, that is really throwing it away. As the ball fell short of the fielder, one of the batsmen started taking a run. The other one, well, he's still leant on his bat, and I don't think he's moved since the delivery. He saw it had gone straight to the fielder. The non-striker came rushing down the track. Now, I know there was a need for runs, but this is ridiculous. It's up in the air. Everyone thinks it's out, including the batsman. The non-striker is just watching. Nobody's running. They cross. It's down. He's so far out because he was ball watching. He assumed he was going to be out caught. He stood where he was. His partner made it to the other end, and he did not make it safely. So, another wicket falls. It's 208 for 9, and now for the last rights. Yes, it was Dale. Well, this one tossed down by Ethan Clark.
I thought it was over his head.
Well, that's a big blow out to the leg side boundary. The 2 fielders converge on it. And it just gets past one of them and rolls over the boundary. 4 more runs. 4-12. 4-12 for 9 now. Khan is in with Graham. Ethan Clark coming into bowl. Oh, it's just hit to the left-hand side of the fielder in the ring. Well, his outstretched arm couldn't get that. Max Collins. And as a result, they take a single. Over up. And Ethan Clark finishes his 4 overs, 27 for 1. I think, I may be wrong, but I think that Captain Dale might, well, now a wicket's fallen, he's going to keep Danny Hogan on. Well, with just 1 wicket to come and the batsman wanting to hit, you don't want to give them any pace to work with. Make them put the pace on the ball.
Sold as a dummy.
He did indeed. But you can understand the reasoning behind it too. There it is. Just a big hit. He wants that. It's in the air. They've had 3 run-outs in this card today. And that's not sort of behaviour between the sticks that you can justify when you're chasing 3-4-2. This one is cut away. Well, the batsman has just pulled something in his arm. Seems very uncomfortable. I'd say at this stage of the game, there is absolutely no point in risking further damage. Big swing at the ball. There was a big click in his arm. Now, he's being examined by his partner. I don't know what medical qualification his partner has. Could be a hospital consultant. Could be just a bloke down the pub. Well, they are going to continue. I'd have said at this stage that retire hurt.
Is that your way of saying you've had enough?
It's not my way of saying I've had enough, but I don't see the point in him injuring himself further. Graham, who had a super bowl earlier on, and Khan, you know, do you think they're going to get 129 in less than 10 overs? Another one hit out on the leg side, this time on the floor. Hogan still in search of these 4th and 5th wickets. Well, 4th wicket anyway. And the umpire's had enough. LBW. That's the 10th wicket. That's a win for Pembroke. Congratulations to Dale and his team. Standing captain today. He'll be able to hand the team back in very good order to the regular captain, Joe Prendergast. That's been a good game of cricket for the thirds. My player of the match today, well, he took 3 for 43 and he scored 100. I don't think too many people would argue with the choice of tallest man on the team, Danny Hogan. Mind you, Max Collins runs him mighty fine close. Yeah, I might have to revise that one. Max Collins wins tallest man on the team. Danny Hogan wins player of the match. The umpires are thanked by the Pembroke players one by one. And they head off to the sideline where they're going to go and meet up with the North County team. They're going to shake hands. Niall's going to show you some cards and then some highlights and whatever else he has. And as for me, I'd like to say thank you for joining us today. Do realise there were other attractions on today. Do realise that some of you came down here to watch. But fine day's cricket. The seconds will take a big lump of points for that. And that was a nice game of cricket on a Sunday afternoon. Serene Sunday in Sydney Parade sees success for the seconds. Well, that is a good win for the twos. I feel both sides were below strength with both clubs' first 11s in action. Our first 11s fell to the hills, out in the hills. But they're back from there now. The fourths were victorious in Clontarf today. And the seconds, well, they had a very good win. Very good win here in Sydney Parade under glorious sunshine. There is the Pembroke card. Dale McDonough, Ethan Clark and Dave Cosgrave. Well, they didn't get off to a great start and Pembroke were 41 for 3 at that stage when Danny Hogan was joined by Christopher King. And they just took 108 balls between them to score 226 runs. They both fell eventually, but that was just in chasing runs. Noah Smith came in and hit a brisk 20 off 20. Max Collins 14 off 14. And then Donica Tucker and Sumit Kumar, well, they had some big blows and took the most runs off the 50th over. Well, there's the North County bowling figures. Well, nobody except perhaps Owen Graham, who we saw injure himself in this last wicket stand, but he took 4 for 34. He even had 2 maidens and an economy rate of 4.11. Unfortunately, there are too many other bowlers with economy rates in excess of 10, and the only other wicket takers were Daniel Mooney and Paul, who got one. Paul got 1 wicket and also got 57 runs in the North County innings. He had a fine game. North County then came out to bat knowing that they needed 343 for victory, and they went off at a great start, but 1, 2, 3 run-outs certainly did not help their cause. There were wickets for Hogan. He took a few wickets in the middle and at the end there. He took 3 for 34. We'll look at the bowling figures in a minute, but the highlight as far as North County were concerned was Agnishesh Paul. He scored 57 off 65 balls and was the only one who really seemed to be intent on keeping up with the rate. 47 extras in this bowling card now, you see, and that doesn't include any penalty runs. It's 5 more than North County, and North County also gave Pembroke 6 penalty runs for a slow over rate. So in that regard, there were 12 or so extras behind. However, they did bowl out North County for 215, and Sumit Kumar 1 for 27, Sabir Uddin 1 for 25, Danny Hogan 4 for 43, and Ethan Clark 1 for 27. The wickets fell fairly regularly. There weren't really any big partnerships, but again, the one part of concern would be the number of extras. There are the 2 worms. As you can see, North County were keeping up with it, but those loss of wickets just kept increasing the pressure, and as much as they wanted to increase the rates, they could only match Pembroke's, and they were never getting closer, and they just lost too many wickets and were all out. You can see there, they didn't build nearly as many tall-sized skyscrapers as the Pembroke side did, and, well, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Pembroke had 5 beginning big overs before you come across 1 North County big over. That was very early on in the proceedings, and although they set off at a rate of knots, they didn't really ever look like they were going to catch at the end. They needed nearly 14 and over. There were 9 overs to go, and they still needed 128 runs to make Pembroke bat again. Well, that's a fine evening's cricket from Pembroke. It's a fine evening in Pembroke, and we thank you and your viewers and your devices for tuning in to YouTube Pembroke Live channel. I can tell you that the next game that will be covered by the channel will be Wednesday's women's thirds game, and I extend an invite to anyone and everyone, if they would like to come down and give this commentary malarkey a go, then they're more than welcome. It won't always be 90 overs in a day.
He got his 25 points. You can be scathing about his shot.
Oh, it's just a bad shot. There were a couple down the wrong line, but there weren't 3 run-outs, you know. It was a good innings for Pembroke. So, that's it for the weekend. Thank you for joining me. Playing yesterday, well, I was on the pitch yesterday, commentating today, another full weekend of cricket. And as I say, our next broadcast will be on Wednesday, when early evening, I think a 6 o'clock start, we will see the women's thirds at home. Always one of the more entertaining sides in the club. As we watch some of the highlights of today's game, this specifically being the partnership between King and Hogan, that was worth 248 runs to Pembroke, and in fact was the major reason for the big difference between the 2 sides at the end of the game. Pembroke won by 128 runs, 127 runs, and that's a comprehensive victory in anyone's book. Tough day for North County in the field, as these 2 plundered runs, both going along at about a run a ball or so for the duration of their innings. And that was the first 100 being brought up. And Chris King really wasn't too far behind him and bringing up his own, and he did that with a 6 as well. There's the drop catch by one of the Murray boys. We don't know which, and we won't say. Well, we do know which, but we won't say. That one fell between all the fielders, and he safely made his ground. Oh, my goodness, he was a long way out there, but just got back. And then Christopher King, well, he found the gardens too. He brought up his ton. He was delighted with that. Showed everyone the bat, except maybe the camera. And then shot of the day to Danny Hogan, the reverse hoik. Picked up another 4. And he was delighted with that shot. And why wouldn't he be? Soon after his 100, 120 or so, he lost his middle stick and nonchalantly took the handshake of bowler and players. Well, Chris King also perished very shortly afterwards, and that could have brought a premature decline in the run rate. But Noah Smith, with 20 off 20, batted really well. He'd been waiting 2 hours with his pads on to be next in, and when he did eventually fall, it was with slight disappointment. And then that wicket there, well, and that was the last ball of the innings. Plonked for 6 by Sumit Kumar. And then you'll see the highlights of the other innings, including 3 run-outs. That one there going down. That one there nearly taking off the bowler's hand.
The umpire nearly got murdered.
Well, and then finally, oh, there was a chance, or was it? Same ball. And then this is it. You see how quickly he turns, and they're so far apart, very hard to hear the call, and the run out is the simplest job of all time. The jump throw from Noah Smith, and what a fine jump throw it was, straight back to the bowler, and all he had to do was remove the bails and celebrate. That's the one that nearly took Chris King's face off. And then you see here, Sumit finally securing a wicket with a fine catch again from the captain. It put him on his back foot, but he got there and he took the catch calmly. Another one went up in the air, and the bowler delighted. And the wicket's falling. And it was just a steady flow after that with the occasional flourish. So, as the sun still high in the sky, plenty of time for a quick T20 if you want one. But for me, and from Niall, and from Charlie, and from George, and all the people who helped out this weekend, and especially, of course, to Tammy and Kieran, have a safe trip back to Australia, and we'll see you all on Wednesday.